Hello and welcome to our Streamteam movie reviews. Well, book reviews, I mean. Habit, I suppose. But welcome to Oathbringer, everybody. Aspiring, at least, has been waiting for a very long time for this one. And now you get the chance to watch us review it. So, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it, you being able to come. Also, if you don't want to necessarily watch this, there is a link in the description for the Discord, and basically there will be a Halloween party that is going on in there so that the people who do not care about Brandon Sanderson can just watch it. Anyway, let's start with Aspiring.
Get fucked! Fuck you!
The time has come. It's been over a year. The culmination is coming to pass. I am your host today because I take over these streams. It is time for me to finally fawn over the book that I have been waiting for and the only reason I ever came to one server.
And from there, I've made you watch Wheel of Time, I think Kenobi. I don't know if you were on Kenobi. I think you might have.
I was on Kenobi. We've been through a lot since that first time. I'm like, hey, can I come on to Oathbringer? No, we're doing Words of Radiance. Can I come on for that? Sure. Oh,
fair enough.
And this is gonna be long, boys. We're in for a ride.
Indeed. Well, welcome to Her Ladyship, Queen of Cakes, the Marie Antoinette Reborn. Please welcome Becca.
Yep, that's me.
How dare you? I'm not fucking French.
You're not a frog,
Actually, to be fair, she was she like Austrian or something? But she married a Frenchman, which makes her French. So
that makes her a frog lady.
Yeah, it makes just too many brands of European that a Brit gets confused and dizzy and passes out.
And now I've gone cross-eyed.
Yeah, But I just want to say I am absolutely the entire reason behind this is not because I was busy and slow at reading. It's totally just mistress of suspense. Just building up. Obviously,
you want to get a climax.
Dan, you need to not.
You know this is gonna happen. You know
this is too early in the stream for this. I need at least two glasses of wine.
No, it isn't.
At least.
You knew what you were walking into.
Let's bring in Valerian.
Interesting slip earlier, Dragonlord. Even though it's oddly enough, even though this is a writers' club, we do occasionally talk about books like BOKS, those things, those weird papery things, those like weird white things with like black blotches on them.
White things? How racist of you, Valerian.
I got black blotches too, which makes it woke because it's diversity.
I'll have you know, books come in many colors. Some are white, some are yellow. Some are several colors too, if they're graphic novels.
Oh, I'm not counting graphic novels.
Yeah, if they got pictures that for children and that rubbish.
Yeah. Children and people under 40.
I honestly couldn't think of another color of pages normally. I have one that has a golden. It's not the pages aren't actually gold, just the edge, and so when it's closed, it looks.
I love gold edging books. It's so
Yeah.
cool.
Well,
I have my copy of Alice in Wonderland actually that Tarek got for me when we first met is it's like a pink cover with like gold writing and stuff, but the edging of the pages is like turquoise. It's like the coolest coloring for Alice in Wonderland. It's great. I love it so much.
to
Oh.
be fair, the cover is several colors,
Well, it's not in Britain.
so it's
The British covers are objectively better. I'll tell you this. Okay, the illustrations for the covers of the American ones are beautiful, but they look like illustrations to me, not covers for a book. Whereas the British ones look like covers, if that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
I this one, the one on the screen right there.
Yeah. It's just I love the aesthetic of it. I have a whole shelf of like all my Sanderson books together, and it's different color coded for different like series, and it just looks really good.
but
on the shelf.
it's a weird shape though. It's like a square, not a rectangle.
It's not a square shaped book. I think it's not like the audiobook cover.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Triangles.
I'll you know what? Hang on. Give me a second. I can share it with you guys. I'll just I've got my book next to me, so I can just take a picture of it.
I have now put the link to this stream in like 3 places in Red Hand.
Yeah, second.
Maybe one new guest will pop in or in the comments.
Indeed. I would be happy to have that happen.
Also, I should not have started that download before the stream. My computer is taking 5 seconds to open any Discord channel.
Oh dear.
Okay, you can
Get us the map of Roshar.
Yep.
I actually was neighbors for and am still good friends with the guy who drew that.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Another
remember
little
all that.
Oh well, Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac.
And
Yeah, him and his wife Kara are amazing people. They're great.
And he drinks non-alcoholic beer with Hoo-Ha, Brando Sando.
You assume that
7
any
times a
beer
day.
is. You assume that beer. You assume that it's beer rather than cola products.
I posted the
It's a cola beer.
No, just cola. It's cola beer. No, that honestly might exist.
It does
stop
now.
insulting beer. There's a Briton in the conversation here, and I actually pour beers for a living. So shut the fuck up about beer.
No.
Have you read? You must have read Asterix and Britain Brightness.
I haven't actually read it. I watched bits of Asterix as a kid though, like the TV show.
Oh yeah, read the Asterix and Britain. It's pretty funny.
We watched it in French class as well because obviously originally it's French. So I posted my copy of the book picture in Streamteam, by the way.
I noticed, and don't worry, everyone. The one she's referring to is the one on the right of the presentation, so you know what she's talking about.
It's mainly for Valerian's benefit, just so he can see what it looks like when it's in book form rather than audio book form.
And in regard to the Rasharan map that you just showed, Valerian, not sure if you guys know this, there is actually an online interactive map for that has like the entire timeline of the books currently on it.
It would be.
I think it's still a work in progress, but last I checked, it was pretty far done.
Let's see. I may as well check that out as long as I'm existing.
Yeah. I forget where the link would be, because I am never going on the 17 chart again. Fuck that place. And I don't know if I've got it through the Coppermind.
Well, it should be easy enough to Google if it exists.
Maybe.
So,
Unless Google's being stupid.
Yeah, I do think that I wish we could do more book streams. The problem is
takes forever.
It takes forever. And especially people have different schedules. I can probably get through a book fairly quickly, due to the fact that I audiobook it. But
with some books I can do audiobook, but with specifically Stormlight, but generally with Sanderson, because of the maps, because of the illustrations, because of how beautiful the pages look when, you know, like the decorations on each chapter heading and stuff like that. There's so much of that is valuable to those books that I don't want to listen to the audiobook because I feel like I'd be missing out on part of the reason why I love the book. You know, I don't want to miss out on that, so I cannot read these books as audiobooks, even though, you know, Kate Redding and what's his face, Michael Kramer are awesome, but like I just don't want to miss out on the cool pictures.
And I still refuse to do audiobooks because
I do them when I'm working on stuff, but generally speaking, it's because I'm not good at paying attention to them. It's generally books I don't care about too much.
Yeah,
Well,
the problem with me
I do
is if I'm
audiobooks
reading something, I care about it.
I'm only
Alright,
doing
you go first,
audiobooks
that
when I'm
one.
doing it.
Wait.
I'm
Valerian
talking to you,
first.
idiots! Pardon me. I'm on
Yeah,
4.5 hours of sleep, so I'm very
Yeah, sorry,
very easily annoyed right now. Sorry about that.
I was trying to quiet them down so you could talk. Sorry.
Sorry, I was making a joke about them talking over each other as I talked over him. I'm sorry.
That's
You
very
failed.
that's very piquant. That's very piquant indeed.
Okay,
What was I saying?
Oopsie.
Audiobooks. Okay, yeah. I only do the audiobooks with the book club in oh god, gray areas Discord when we do the book club. And that's someone else doing the audible doing the thing anyway. I'm just listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I've read like a million, not a million, but anyway, a number of times already. So hey.
Mm-hmm.
And I found a map. I found a map anyway. And so now that I'm done talking, no one says anything.
Yeah, what the heck were you talking about, Aspiring?
We talked about the map or Richard thing, and I'm currently trying to get copies opened. But again, my computer is moving at the pace of a fuck. Oh, he put the link.
Is that it? Roshar. .17 wherever char.com, is that it?
Let me see. I'm opening it.
I have it open right now.
Loading.
Pause. Let me see. Jesus Christ.
You can just dismiss that stupid thing.
There it is. Yes, that is it. Interactive map with the timeline of Roshar.
Oh, wow. Cool. Let's see.
Yes.
Are there trees in Iceland? That's not it. Explain dates. I'm curious about the dates.
Oh no, Becca
The
died.
Rosharian calendar. Fair enough. They're named after the heralds. But wait, there are 12. There are 12.
12 heralds,
Wait.
12 kingdoms.
There
No,
are 12,
10 heralds.
10 heralds, but there aren't 12 months. Well, it's not the Earth. Okay, so I guess it would be a different month. Besides, who knows how long the months are?
Yeah. Roshar is definitely not Earth.
Yeah, it's not Earth at all. It's not even. It's got all these weird buff things in it.
Shows you even the princedoms.
7, 8, 9, 10, 40 days. No, 50 days in a month. Apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So a year.
There's also 5 days in a week.
Okay, yeah. So there's like 500 days in a year then.
They fucking used the calendar I made for my world, actually. That's funny,
really?
except my weeks are 10 days instead of 5.
So basically French Revolution time.
Kinda. I just like 5s and 10s. They're very nice and elegant. And for a civilization that doesn't give a shit about the astronomical length of time it takes for the fucking planet to go around the sun, it makes sense. And Becca wants to come back in. Welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah.
I clicked the wrong tab closed. Oops.
Oh, I've done that.
I was like, fuck!
My culture, my clone culture likes the number 9, which is a messy number to deal with in terms of mathematics, but they like the number 9.
See, I just went, you know what, 7 makes sense in my head because that's what I'm used to. So, but I gave it a different reason because, like, the culture has like 7 primary gods, so it's just a day named after each god. There we
Yeah.
go.
That must be what like that. If they have weeks at all in Westeros, they must be like that too. If the weeks
Yeah.
like that, the seven.
Because of the 7.
And 7's, I don't know what it is, because it's like a weird number. Like, why would something of all things be 7? It almost makes it a special number and people like it.
Well, it
I
is a
don't know.
prime number.
Yeah,
And
it's
it
just
is-
aesthetic. It's an aesthetically
Yeah.
nice number.
And also, it is considered a lucky number,
Hmm.
with 13 being the unlucky number. And oddly enough, 7 is supposedly my lucky number. It's the day that I was born.
Fair enough. But
Very
it's like
nice.
not too long, not too short. You can remember 7 words, whereas once you get to 10, 11, 12, 13, that's too many names of days of the week to remember. No.
No even split. You have like one head god, and then there's like a same amount of gods on each side. You could have that with 5.
Yeah,
5's great.
5 is good, but 5 feels a little bit lacking. You know? 7 is good. 7 means that you can talk about different concepts with each god. They've all got their little realms about different things. You know,
There's-
like I've got different. You know, each god is a different sect of the religion, and people who are parts of different sects have like kind of distinctly different like attitudes towards religion. It's interesting, you know.
Yeah. There was once 7 court justices, you know. Good discussions had there with 7 people who are absolutely insane.
Indeed.
Funny American politics joke. Yay!
Is that even that
Yeah.
funny?
That was the least funny thing you've ever said, Aspiring.
I know.
Well, wouldn't it be right if wouldn't it be right if we're the funniest thing you ever said?
no.
I would despair that I'm on this stream if it was.
I am quite capable of doing better. I still remember the first joke you ever laughed at I said was I forgot the exact contents, but I said feminine activity for writing, and you were like, good one, Aspiring. I'm like, oh yay, someone got the reference. Hello,
Parrots are
Neil.
funny. Parrots are
Aw.
apparently funny.
Neil came in
That-
and basically say, I'll see you in the future. Okay.
Oh,
Mm.
who is? Yes. Neil is in the chat. Need to do a reread of Way of Kings and this book, and also don't forget Words of Radiance. Look forward to
Good.
coming back to this discussion when I finish this book. Oh, okay.
Good luck
Yeah.
getting here. It's a big long climb,
Yep.
especially
If
if you're
Trip-
me.
If Trip shows up in the comments later, she's gonna have a shit ton spoiled. Which would be
In the
somewhat
meantime, she's
sad,
been
but
reading-
I can't really stop her.
In the meantime, he's been reading Mistborn Era 2, and I still haven't finished Bands of Mourning.
You
Yeah.
have literally
I've
like
not.
2 weeks.
Is that when? Wait. Is that when?
Yeah, that's when
Yes.
the next book comes out.
I really don't pay attention to his schedule, so I just get excited and surprised, like literally as soon as it comes out. Like I
This
as
is why
much
you
as
have
it's cool
me.
to be part of hype. As much as it's cool to be part of hype, like I don't have time to be part of hype a lot of the time, so I'm just sort of like, I just get to be like suddenly surprised, all of a sudden, you know. It's nice.
Yeah, Lost Medals in 2 weeks. You can bet your fucking ass I am going to try and do that as fast as my friend will let me, because I agreed to read it with him against my better judgment.
I'm
And-
actually volunteering at to help out at DragonSteelCon in Salt Lake.
Oh, that's nice.
Cool.
When's that?
14th and 15th.
14th. Does that mean you have to travel there? How far away is Salt Lake?
An hour, 40 hour. about
So
an
just
hour.
my average fucking commute every day. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
for depression, isn't it?
Oh yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Mm.
Yeah.
1 to 2 hour commute for yesterday. Literally 5 minutes of shit.
Mhm.
Wow. Sounds not fun.
Nope,
Work
not
is
at
shit.
all. At least I can read on the train.
Fair enough. You know, the worst one is when it's like you're the one driving, so you're like, I can't even enjoy myself. And...
I hate driving. I fucking hate it.
I'm very slowly learning to because I need to, but it's a bit stressful.
So
Shall we get going
I
with
almost.
the book?
Yeah, we
I did
probably
almost-
should actually talk about the book.
Sure, fine. We'll continue.
Yeah.
So, to summarize what's been left off, Dalinar and the gang have found the legendary city of Urithiru, and Kaladin had to leave because of the Everstorm. Kaladin suddenly appearing because of the Parshendi/singers, because we want to use correct pronouns here.
not pronouns, they're nouns.
I know.
Parshendi singers,
That
listeners,
was quite funny.
we don't. No.
I just like taking the piss out of pronoun morons. So
Anyway,
They're nouns.
yes,
Yeah,
they are,
it-
but it was funny. Anyway,
Yes,
you should have just I don't know what you should have said. Anyway, continue, Dan.
So Kaladin has left to go see his family to make sure they're okay down in
Mhm.
Hearthstone, and Yasna and the rest are in Urithiru taking a look around and researching
No.
what exactly.
Shalon.
Well,
Asana's
Shalon,
not there
yeah.
yet.
Yeah, Yasna.
Oh, yeah,
is
yeah.
there later.
That's the
And
whole
Yasna's
scene
traveling
done.
around. Yeah, Yasna travels. Yeah, Yasna is busy humping
Wet.
Hoyd.
Yeah. Well,
So that season,
they do not hump. They never hump.
I was gonna say that sounds a little bit unladylike of Yasna. Like she's
that-
quite proper.
I can just confirm
It's
for
also
you right
not
now, Becca,
logical.
they do not hump, and there's a possibility they may never hump.
It's not very logical. She's like rigidly logical. She wouldn't really.
She is at least with Hoyd. I'm making a joke. She is with
Yeah,
Hoyd.
Dude.
But to be fair, if you think about it, they're like polar opposites, so they would kind of be a match made in heaven.
Or
You say
not.
that, but
mean-
dude, I imagine Yasuna's like Steris with sex, like she has no idea what to fucking do.
I mean,
Nah, she's sorry to Valerian, but she's not as cute as Steris. That's not true.
Oh
Yeah, I mean,
Steris is
no,
definitely cuter, but I imagine
is
it would be
better.
the same thing. It was like,
there's
what
this
do I
better
do here?
dialogue too.
Hoyd just
Except I'm really, really annoyed in part 3 because, like, Brando Sandy, you had this character. Why are you not using her? Come on, you got this brilliant character. You got several chapters where she doesn't even appear. Then she turns up and she says like 2 or 3 lines. Cut that out. We want Steris. We don't care about these other people. These other people can die and screaming in torments. For all I care. Just
Jesus
die.
To be
Christ.
fair,
She doesn't have
To be
any
fair-
skills, unfortunately. So
well,
to be fair, like I think she's in all serious. I love Sarah's favorite character ever, but I think she's used in the right amount, and actually, you know, I what she does do makes me proud of her.
She's non-combative, so she has to be away when danger's happening. Okay, that's the point.
she
And she
does
still
that.
does try to.
Right.
And
She does have
That's
skills,
tiring.
though. She has loads of skills. If it weren't for her, they'd never remember to take 6 trillion things with them in case some horrible thing happens.
Yeah, I love
So
her. She's adorable. Anyway, back to
she's
Yasna.
me.
she's a skill
yeah.
person, but she's a preparation person, but doesn't have any combat usefulness.
Then combat's
Not really,
combat's
no.
boring anyway.
Okay,
it is,
anyway.
but it is boring sometimes.
Right.
It's exciting when you're in it, but the problem becomes you have to worry about the bad guy shooting at you.
It's not boring
Yeah.
in Miss Bonera too, though. Those fight scenes are fucking glorious.
I actually find that the Mistborn ones are not so. I find that the Stormlight ones are way more interesting for whatever reason, more interesting to
Huh.
read than the Mistborning ones.
I
don't know
I love the Mistborn ones. I think the Era 2 ones are tighter though. They're much more like I mean, my favorite one is obviously the ballroom scene. I know we're not talking about Miss Warrior 2, but the ballroom scene in the first one is just
the ballroom scene is awesome.
Is just perfect. Oh,
That's
Anyway.
the only good one.
do-
But what was I going to say? Yasna and Hoyd. Yes, that was not something I was expecting. That was not expecting Hoydsna.
points.
Points.
Yes.
I did not ship that.
Or is it Witsner, seeing as it's in, it's in Stormlight World.
I don't even know what you actually kind of made me speechless there with Hoytsna. Hilarious.
I mean,
Congratulations.
Wouldn't it be Yasvoid?
Yes.
Yasnoid. Yasnoid.
Yasnoid is also good. Yasnoid sounds like, I don't know, some win with a weird mental affliction.
Hoy dresses up like a drag queen. It's like, yes, Hoy.
Oh no.
That
And it's by the way, he has done it. It is canon that he's done that.
I was just thinking, that's like, I just had a sudden image of like Hoyd and Yasna going out for your Halloween dressed as each other.
He would never get her to agree to that.
It'd
Never.
be funny though. Okay.
would be.
We got as far as Hoyd just hanging out with Yasna.
That's actually pretty far because I think the book is a fair ways along before that scene actually turns up. So we actually
Yes.
we covered a lot of ground without knowing it.
No. Also,
Yasna's making her way to Urithiru, and it takes a little bit. And meanwhile, Shalon is doing research into Urithiru with her future husband, and boyfriend, Adolin. Future husband.
Yeah, Shalon has some weird stuff going on in this book. Well, she has weird stuff going on in general.
And on the fight scene comment, I just want to say, while I do like Mistborn fight scenes, I will say Stormlight has my favorite fight scene Sanderson has done, the one in the Words of Radiance with Cal and Adolin and the Sharplight, has the biggest wide battle one in this one, the finale fight, because that one just has so many moving elements everywhere, and it's really well done.
Yeah. I think my general preference goes to Mistborn just because I am less versed on visualizing swordplay than I am how physics work and how like the magic system works in Mistborn. So it's easier for me to visualize the Mistborn fight scenes than it is like how swords work.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's generally me. But yeah, and I have a little bit of like a general love for how the Mistborn magic system works. I like the mechanics of it. It's very logically satisfying to me, so I like it. And I like that in fight context, it's exciting.
About swords. Well, we will get to that sword eventually.
Lots of swords.
A particular sword that we'll get to eventually.
Yes.
Which one are you referencing? There's many that you could be referencing.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about all of them aspiring by the time I get to freaking 6 a.m. this morning.
The one I'm thinking of is the Zeth one.
Yeah.
Yes, that one.
Vash's sword. That made me so. Blair, you need to read.
I thought you meant the honor blade for a second.
I was like, yeah, that's not. I mean, it doesn't get much. It's not that important. No, read Warbreaker, Valerian. You get
what?
Yeah,
Warbreaker.
Read Warbreaker. Yeah. Also,
that's the book that sword comes from.
Oh, okay.
Funnily enough, you are all seeing the 10 honor blades, or like 9 of the honor blades in this image, by the way.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
see the glyphs on one of them. That looks cool.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question.
Yes.
Men can't read or write. Women can read or write, but men know glyphs. And based on what I see in the book, the glyphs are pretty complicated. And the letters apparently, based on that website I saw, are not that complicated. So I'm a little puzzled.
It's stereotyping roles.
But I mean,
I find it interesting though that maybe in the context of what small little markings in writing means probably is quite complicated, not necessarily like what the script looks like. Given that when I love that scene, I mean it's right at the end, but when Dalinar is talking to Navani and he's going, "How do I write I?" And she's like, "I've told you how to write I." And he's like, "No, I is in from the perspective of a man." And she's like, "Oh shit." And it's just like, oh yeah, nobody writes that. And like clearly there's a lot of like nuances to like the way that maybe certain little lines are written that maybe isn't visible from looking at like it's at first glance, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting because it looks like they've got, the glyphs also have letters. They have like signs, but they also have like what look like letters. Let's see.
The thing about glyphs though is that there's a limited number of them. They're not like, they don't amount to language. They amount to, you know, like a symbol of this particular concept that happens to have a glyph. You wouldn't be able to write a sentence with them, but you can use them to, you know, symbolize something. So they're more crude language than their actual writing system.
But they've got, but it looks like they've got phonetic ones too, like letters.
Well, remember, we see that Amaram made a language out of glyphs. Do you remember that?
Okay. Oh yeah. But I guess is that what he did? I'm trying to remember. This was a while ago that I read it. Was that like he completely made that up, or
he made that up? That's not their actual use, but he was able to basically use them because Sunburst photonic. So he basically managed to use them to make a written system.
Yeah, which is you know, and that's cool because that does.
It's
that
phonetic aspiring.
Shut up! I don't know words.
But it says here.
But sorry.
But it says here. Let's see. Alethi glyphs were adopted from older scripts likely descended from Dawnchant. I might explain the two sets of phonemes used in glyph creation. By the way, he's using their phoneme incorrectly there. Standard and calligraphic. It shouldn't be phoneme. That's not correct. Glyph makers use both. The phoneme is rotated, flipped, and distorted. Blah blah. So it looks from this like they were already being in use. These phonetic ones. And phoneme is the wrong word. I don't know where he got that from. Phoneme has to do with sounds, not writing.
Fair enough. But you know, like point, they're more complicated than maybe you think at first. But it's quite crude to make them into like, you know, writing and sentences, right? Whereas, as far as I can tell, the way that their you know, women's written script works, it is very intricate in terms of specific meanings, and like I imagine I get the impression they have a quite high level of formality that they write in, with very specific grammar rules and stuff like that. So I get the impression that although that in a culture that has that complicated, glyphs aren't that complicated, basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
They're at the very least quick symbols for soldiers to recognize, because that's what their big use is.
Or surgeons.
Or surgeons, yeah.
Yeah. Just like, you know, for urgent communication, but like not for giving you a paragraph of something, you know. Even if it's like, oh, this is a glyph that's like meaning a specific type of thing, so that you can go, oh, okay, this is a specific thing that makes the communication of the message easier to understand. But yeah, you know, it's a weird friggin' world that these books are set in. I love it. But
Indeed,
it
is.
It's a bizarre, alien, awesome world, and I love it.
They call all birds chickens and everything wine.
Every time I read a bit where they talk about chickens, And it makes like the number of times I have been sat on a fucking plane with no one that knows me sat around me, and I have had to stop myself from laughing hysterically out loud because I just read a passage where they called birds chickens.
Like parrots and
It's
stuff like that.
I love it. I love it so much. It's like, look at those chickens. Just like, sat
Imagine,
there.
imagine showing them a hummingbird. What the fuck would they call it?
There are
It's like,
too
what
many
kind of
bugs.
chicken?
There are too many bugs in this planet. And they're big
Well-
bugs. I don't like big bugs.
Very big bugs. They can kill you
Yeah, no
by
thank you.
crushing you.
I think I won't go to this world.
The flora and fauna of Roshar is definitely very unique and interesting.
It's very cool. As a side note, I adored reading Dawn Shard. Partly because
Oh, you
of,
read
like-
it?
I did. I read it.
Yes!
I read it on the. I read half of it on the way to Colorado and a little bit on the way back, but I was kind of half asleep. And then the
Yay!
rest on the way home. It's so good. Oh, I
Yes,
love
it
it so
is.
much.
I'm
And
still
a lot
going to
of
get done to read it at some point.
A lot of what's great about it is the world building. It's such a cool little freaking adventure story. I love it
Yeah,
But why are
very
we going to
great.
Colorado, of all places?
because
Tarek's
that's where
brother's brother.
Tarek's. Yeah, that's where Tarek's brother lives, and that's where
Colorado.
Oh.
What the fuck? Why is it such a small world? Everything keeps going back to Colorado.
I don't know. All I know is that
You guys said hi to Trip over there.
Yeah, and my sister currently.
I mean, hey, I might have walked past them and not known who they were.
Trip could have given you Oreos.
I'm sure she could have. Oh, dear.
So,
Anyway, so let's get to the plot.
Yeah.
So, Oathbringer plot. The main beginning is
You can click. There's more to the Prezi than the first slide.
I know. Let's keep going. Initial thoughts. I really love this book. This has one of the most satisfying endings for a book I've seen in a long time. I really like the ending of Rhythm of War, but this was still really fast, really satisfying.
For a second, I thought you said Words of Radiance, and then I realized you were teasing. To be fair, the end of Words of Radiance is like awesome because it like opens up the world like 1,000-fold from like a much smaller scale story than it was beforehand. But like, yeah, this one. Oh,
You remember when what's her name again? The pink-haired one. It's been the old guest that used to be on here. Neff? Yes,
Neff.
Neff.
oh, Neff.
Yeah, remember when Neff was like, "Oh, so the first 5 books are them getting the Altacar United, right?" And we just laughed.
Oh no. Oh my god. It's
Okay,
like, no.
yeah.
5
Listen.
books. Oh no.
And this is kind of weird. I'm reading about a chap named Skinny Handgun. No, this is not Stormlight Archive.
What?
It's in the first person too. Polo shirt.
What?
Nope, this is not. This is not. Oh, okay. This is
What
excerpt from the
hell is
upcoming Legion. Stephen Leeds is perfectly sane. It's hallucinations who are mad. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Balerion. Anyways, Becca, did you do
It's
your initial
another.
thoughts?
It's apparently another novel by Hoo-Ha.
Anderson.
Fernando Sando. Apparently.
Alcatraz?
No, Legion.
Legion.
It's one
Oh.
of his Reckoner's books.
Yeah, it looks uninteresting though. I mean, it looks. Oh, it's very modern.
I don't
It's because
particularly.
It's a superhero book. It's a superhero book.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have a great opinion of Reckoners except for the first one, Steelheart. The rest just keep going downhill.
My brother has read them. I haven't, so I don't know. It's not really my area, so I don't really. I got to get through all the fantasy books before I start reading his other stuff.
You're never
That
gonna get through the fancy books.
Shut up. One day I might have spare time.
That proves that
One
Brando
day,
Sando-
more books will be.
Valerian, you're saying?
all I was saying was that proves that Brando Santos sucks.
Oh no.
You're saying aspiring? Sorry.
One day, more books will be out.
Yeah, well, but like I might actually have actual free time. Like,
Becca,
When
like,
you marry
as
Tarek,
for coming out
when you marry
next year.
Tarek and move to the US, you can do it in between juggling your giant babies.
Oh, sure, there'll be globes of leisure at that point.
yeah.
I know. That's why I said until you have to juggle the giant babies.
Until you have to juggle the giant.
That's a really
Becca.
weird image that you
Becca.
gave me right there, and I'm just
Becca,
gonna move on
you
from it.
you mustn't have kids for the next 12 years.
Why?
Because he's not gonna finish everything till then, at least.
Yeah, but
I'm
look, you
probably
got to
not
understand. When I do read, I read quickly. It's just that making it like a frequent thing. And at the moment, I am editing Tarek's book. I have given up on writing my own book for the last year, right? Because I just don't have time to fucking write it.
Yeah.
I am working freaking 10 hours a day at a pub restaurant place thing, and when I'm not doing that, I'm working with like autistic 3-year-olds, and it's wonderful but tiring. And every time I don't have that, I'm like it just
You need to get your priorities right, Brightness. You have your
I don't know.
priorities are off.
the
I
only
have a
thing that's
solution.
going for me right now is that I'm not studying yet. That starts in January, but when I am, back to zero time apart from flights,
What a shame.
No.
You're never gonna
No.
read shit.
No, you need to prioritize them. You don't need to eat. You don't need to sleep. You don't need to work. All you need to do is read these books.
Maybe when
Well,
I only
there's
have
a
one.
solution.
Maybe when I have one job, I
okay,
might
I have-
actually be able to read.
You
I
don't
have
need
a
jobs.
solution. I have a solution. When you
Mhm.
just have kids and then read to them at bedtime, they'll fall asleep within the first 10 minutes, and you just keep reading.
Until you suggested that, did you think I wasn't going to read to them at bedtime? What do you take me
No.
for?
Read
You
them
can read
Sanderson
Stormlight to them.
to
Stormlight.
the baby.
You can read
Okay.
Stormlight to them.
All right, got it.
That's what he meant.
You will make them cultured.
There we go. Of course, obviously, I must
Yes.
raise the Sanderson fan army. Like, obviously, just
Leave-
to annoy Tarek.
Read them Lord of the Rings when they're 2.
Yeah, obviously. Anyway,
Maybe some Lovecraft.
hey, I've been meaning to get some Lovecraft.
A is for Ars Arcanum. J is for Jess. N is for Non.
F is
Z is for Chach. V is for Veb. K is
O
for
is
Pack.
Ian.
Can you name the 10 heralds for me, Jimmy?
Can you
Help
say
me.
Rock's name
What
for
the hell
me,
just
Jimmy?
happened? What just
See,
happened?
Paladin, fly. Fly, Paladin, fly.
Done. You can say Rock's name, right? Say Rock's name right now.
Umu Aki Aki Ikalunamore.
Can you say
Nice.
that, Jimmy?
Nice flexing. Good.
Hey, done.
Yeah.
Rock's daughter's a main character in Dawnshard. Read it.
Yes. I've tried telling him.
It's
Risen
amazing.
is a main character, Lopen and Ispren is one. That's funny, I even brought it up to him. We were watching the Treasure Planet, and I told him Lopen Spren is really like the, what's the shapeshifter's name?
Oh,
Yeah.
that
Morph.
thing. Yeah.
Morph, yeah.
Morph.
Lopen Spren and Morph are very similar.
Yeah. Or like also in Rissen's perspective, she refers to Lopen as the Lopen because he introduced himself like that to her.
Really? I forgot about that.
It's so fun.
Because he is the Lopen. That's always how he refers to himself.
Like, I was laughing periodically when reading Oathbringer on the plane, but when reading Dawnshard on the plane, bearing in mind I had Tarek right next to me, playing on his Switch, while I was reading Dawnshard. That one, it's just Lopin's in it. So every 2 seconds, I'm just sat there like suppressing a giggle. It's just so funny. It's so good. It's beautiful. It lights up your life. It's a great book.
Lopin also has like a running gag that I'm wondering if it'll continue through all of his odes or if it'll be subverted at the end. I don't know. It'll be funny either way.
I love that it was his oath was funny, but also kind of wholesome. And like an actual life lesson that Sanderson, you're too good at this shit. Like, how did you make a wholesome like gag moment that was like a life lesson? Like, how is it all three?
There's like just a little moment of sincerity and genuine emotion from him, and then boom, he goes right back to being Lopin.
It's great. Anyway,
Well, let's get started. So, thoughts on the book?
On the book? Oh my god, we're talking about a book?
I think we just said it. I think we all just said it was good.
Okay,
well, I haven't. Yeah, initial thoughts. I think it's a great book, really well balanced. Yada yada yada. You're gonna hear me fawn over this for the next few hours.
Of course, like
read the bleeding book, you lot.
It is great. It's there's a part of me that regrets having big gaps with it because there is a lot of great connecting things that maybe I didn't appreciate as much as I would have if I was reading it continuously. But it is what it is. But having said that, it's so distinct and the things that are happening are so like beautifully vivid that I didn't really forget that much. It wasn't really that much of an issue, and the Dalinar stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just beautiful.
It's
Beautiful
interesting.
stuff.
It's interesting. Gurm starts. The Stark start out things are going relatively nicely for them, and then all this horrible stuff starts happening. But then with these characters, the horrible things already for the most part already happened to them.
Mm.
So it's interesting. They did horrible things and horrible things happened to them. Like, I murdered my wife. I killed my parents. Kaladin, the weird thing, other weird thing is Kaladin is the most depressed one, and he's the one that the least bad things happen to.
Yeah,
but he did the least bad things. He still has shit happen to him.
Yeah, he did the least bad things. He feels the most guilty about the things that he did or didn't do. He has a sense of like cosmic guilt that everything that happens to people around him is his fault because he didn't stop it, which is, that's kind of how depressed people think anyway. So
basically, he's like, I didn't stop the atomic bomb from falling on a completely different place in another continent.
Yep.
I did not hit her. It's bullcrap. I did not hit her. I did not.
What are you talking about?
It's
you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to know. There's also just I think every character is at least a little depressed in this book. Dalinar definitely is depressed in the flashbacks.
I mean, like, friggin' Shallan 100 just fully develops, like, was it dissociative identity disorder? Like, and it's like, okay, Shallan has just got like a, all right.
Shallan and Cal both go catatonic at some points.
I murdered my parents, so I'm gonna turn into 3 different people.
And I'm like, I mean, you can do that, and it's what I love how it's written, but it's like, Shallan, you little sweet baby, like, you can please pick yourself back up. You got, like, you're just spiraling, sweetie. Like, stop.
And do you ever wonder why? I think at the first reading, I was wondering, why is she doing all this stuff? I mean, why is she doing this like double agent thing? But I'm guessing it's kind of to escape from her real life. She wants to.
My understanding is that she created these identities as a, an acting thing, that she's moving into a different mode in order to create confidence in different situations and just to, like live in a different identity, and she discovers that she enjoys that, and she discovers that she likes escaping into different identities, but then suddenly the identities become more of a thing and become more concrete, and then the identities themselves want to escape back into being challenged or whatever, like, you know, and it becomes like, yeah, and it's like she kind of doesn't stop it, because she enjoys the escapism too much, and by the time she realizes what she's done, she's already got like a whole thing going on.
Yeah.
Bless her.
So yeah, that's basically her arc.
And
But
I really like how that's, I mean, I'm sure we're going into it, but I really like how that's done in terms of like you just think she's doing the double, you know, the moving into, you know, this identity and then this identity, like as an acting thing for a long time, and then I'm just thinking like I'm Vale, so I'm calling myself Vale. And you don't note, you kind of notice with her what she's done, you know what I mean, like you discover it at the same rate as her, which I really like.
Yeah.
and they're like different people. They're not her anymore. Vale did a Radiant did a Shalon did. They're like three different people.
Yeah.
So, but why is she messing around with the Ghost Bloods is another question. I'm guessing that's part of the same thing. She wants to play this role of this like spy mastermindy thing. And even though she's like the 17-year-old girl with hardly any experience at all, she's like she like spent most of her life sheltered, in a manner of speaking, in a dysfunctional family, but sheltered. And then she was with Yasna and as a ward and all that. But she has no experience in this kind of thing, but she wants to become a mastermind, a spy mastermind. Maybe it gives her life a meaning or something.
I mean, my understanding with the Ghost Bloods stuff was that she was very thoroughly, like, she really deeply believed that her brothers would like suffer if she didn't go along with them. So she was doing it as a protective thing, but then just carried on. Like, even when she got to the point that like Dalinar and that would protect them, like, you know, you don't need to continue, but like, you know, like she just keeps going just because she's now got, that is her status quo.
She is very tangled up with the Ghost Blood since the first book, and they do still have her brothers, so she is still tangled with them whether or not she wants to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot. To be fair, I forgot where her brothers were.
Yeah, they do get kind of the feeling though that there's also kind of a vast game for her as well.
I don't think she is a tad bit naive, doesn't quite realize the tangibility of the things that's going on.
As it was said, she's lived a harsh life, yet a naive one.
Yeah, she's been sheltered, but horrible things have happened to her, and she's done horrible things, but she's been sheltered at the same time.
Well, like, there's an interesting thing where like naivety is almost a reaction to bad things happening in your life. Like, I mean, you know, back to the whole, I related to Shellen, therefore I didn't like her at first. Like, it's not quite as severe as her childhood, but I lost my dad at the age of 5. Like, and grew up with a mum. My mum was like not 8 months pregnant with my little brother when it happened. So, you know, growing up for the first few years after that, not fun, you know, and you almost like sink into being more naive and childlike because as like a reaction to that sometimes, you know. So I feel like my impression of her was that that's basically what she did. Like she was sheltered as well, but like her personality didn't want to break out of that. It enjoyed being naive a little bit. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Overview.
Yes, we're going through all 5 acts.
We sort of did, we sort of didn't, if you know what I mean.
Yes. So Act 1, let's start going through.
Act 1.
So, prologue. It starts with Ashone, who is commenting on the humans, her fascination with them. Very nice. And she's meeting with Gavalier. Am I pronouncing this
Gavilar.
correct?
Gavilar.
Gavilar. Fucking can never pronounce these correctly. She's with Gavilar. She's having a meeting, and Gavilar is telling her how he basically wants to return to Desolations. And Ashona is like, no, that is not what we want at all. You madman.
He basically wants to bring back the Voidspren, right?
It actually seems as though he was trying to bring back the Heralds by bringing back the Void. It's
Yeah.
run.
Yeah,
Okay, but he did want to bring back the Voidspren. But yeah.
That is the Sons of Honor's goal. He is hinted he has also a potentially different goal.
My understanding, I mean, I know it's not completely clear, but my understanding was like if you bring back the bad, you bring back the good too. Like he just wants to bring, he like it was just let's bring back the status there, and then we can win against the void stuff and
wasn't there also though an idea that of using the Voidspren for power? Wasn't that also in there?
Not really. Gavilar. It's revealed that Gavilar was mainly after trying to bring back the Heralds. You even see that with Amaram's POV at the end of Words of Radiance, where they're talking about returning the Heralds and the Church to prominence.
The Heralds are still here, of course, but I guess they didn't know that.
They knew that a few of them were there. You do see a few of the Heralds at the party that Gavilar hosts.
Huh.
Like you see Yezri in there in book 1. You see Shalash.
I need to reread these books sometime because I don't notice any of this shit.
He's Yezreen is the drunken guy who accidentally pushes Zeth.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
is that explicitly revealed in the book, or is it like?
It's a hint.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's like the Heralds have become the opposite of what they were. Like you see Shalash in the later part of book 2, smashing up artwork of the Heralds.
Yeah, there was a marble bust specifically in that chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Eshonai does not want to bring back the Voidbringers, even though the Voidbringers, or perhaps because the Voidbringers were the gods at one point of the singers. But she does not want to bring them.
This is the difference between the singers and listeners. The listeners are traitors, as it's often said in the book, and so they don't want their guts back. They actively run away from them.
Okay, right. The listeners don't want them, but the singers is the entire group, and the listeners are the ones who don't. The particular faction thereof who didn't want to bring the old gods back.
Kinda, yeah.
The listeners are basically the ones that exist with Eshonai, and then the singers, like, well, the way I was understanding it, and the singers are like what happens after once the Parshmen wake up,
Yes. That would be a correct summation. So, thoughts on the prologue?
I mean, obviously we discovered this with Words of Radiance, but I love that we go back to that night every time we get a prologue. And I know we're not talking about Rhythm of War, but I love the one in Rhythm of War.
Oh, so you have started already.
That's my favorite one so far. Is the Navani one in Rhythm of War? It's really interesting. I'm loving that we're getting more Navani. I love her.
It's been such a long time since Oh, now I kind of do remember that. Okay, yeah, it's been such a long time since. So I forgot about that one. I still think I might like the Eshonai one best.
I quite enjoyed the Asna one, but I think Navani is my favorite one, followed by the original with Seth, just because it's like, you have no idea what's happening, and it's like the original,
I have to agree, Navani is having a really good dynamic in that one.
It's just, there's so much going on. I love it. And by this point, you know exactly what happens that night. You don't need as much context. You just get to be with this character, and you're like, shit, this is what's going on. Oh my god. It's great.
Yeah, every time you go back to that night, you realize just how much we still don't know about it. And it's often referenced too, so it's like,
I
holy
love it.
shit, what is here?
It
I
seems
know.
as though it's kind of the tourney at Harrenhal of Sanderson's universe in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Right.
first one, you don't know what's going on. So, also when you start reading it, you don't know what, because you don't know what's happening. You're not as interested right away. You have to get, or at least I have to be drawn into a book. It takes me a while sometimes to be drawn into a book, and like at first you're just figuring out what the places is going on.
And to be fair, when it comes to Way of Kings, as much as I love that book, when you get to the beginning, you're like, okay, so we've got a prelude, and it's completely just throwing you in. And then we've got a prologue, and you're just like sat there going, oh, can I just start the book?
Yeah,
and as great as the prologue is, you're sat there going, the fuck is happening?
Yeah, because the prelude, you have a totally different set of people too. You've got, in the prelude, you've got the heralds, but you don't know that they're the heralds at that point. You're just, they're these people. And
it's like 10,000 years later, you get to the prologue, and you're like,
there's a whole, I don't even know who those people in the prelude are. Now you're giving me throwing me a whole bunch of other people, and
a whole bunch of other people that like freaking. Sorry.
And why do I care about this chap being assassinated? So it takes you a while to get into it. It takes you it takes Kaladin and Bridge 4 and Shallan and Yasna and that to get you into it. Well, Dalinar too. To get you into it.
Every so often I think back to the Bridge 4 stuff, and I'm Oathbringer is nearly my favorite one, but like the Bridge 4 arc in the first book. Oh, it's just perfect. It's like, it's so gut-wrenching. Like,
we can probably skip past a lot of stuff and summarize a good deal of this book, hopefully, because otherwise we don't want to be here for. We did, like, I know as you said, aspiring about being 4 hours. I'm just like, no, let's not do 4 hours. Let's try to keep this to 3.
Oh,
I said it'd be a personal failing. Like, I'll try.
You're a spoiled smug lord.
Anyway, so
admittedly, somebody earlier, I was taking notes for any of these chapters against my better judgment, and you do actually see that in terms of specific points of note, there's less that happens in the beginning than in like the middle, where I'm suddenly writing paragraphs for each bullet point, while in the other ones, some of them are fucking 2 words. So we should be able to get through those quickly.
I mean, if worst comes to worst, we can do a part 2.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyway,
I don't want that. But anyways, I'll basically sum up chapter. You guys give thoughts. We might do some very fast and some very slowly.
I think that it would actually work, like, at least with the what is it, the Shadesmar thing. We can summarize large sections of it.
Yeah, the Shadesmar might be the least engaging part.
Same with the infiltration.
Well, kind of the point of the Shadesmar stuff was that it was like holding them away from being able to help. So it's a big tension thing, basically, being stuck and being unable to get out. But there's a little bit of world building going on. So that's, I don't know, I liked it for that reason, because it was like, it's cool, but it's like wrenching my heart out.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting with the suspense bit, because you cannot get through the Oath Gate. It is not possible. Then suddenly, oh, there's a perpendicularity in the plot convenience. We can get through.
I love the floating statue thing. That whole imagery was awesome. There's a lot of cool imagery in Shadesmar, but
you'll see some of them in here.
Yes. But anyway, that was a big jump forward. But
so first chapter,
Go.
Dalinar is in a vision and brings Navani and Yasna in.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Remind me remind me, like, so it's like this is a while ago.
Well, actually, not in the first vision. He's able to see the first vision, but he doesn't know about bringing people in yet.
Oh,
That
okay.
comes a tad later.
Does he
I'm
not?
looking at the summary. No, it just
Spoiler.
Navani.
Ah.
What? Wait, I think he brings him
Navani.
in.
Not he does, but not at this point. The main thing that just barely happens is Dalinar's revisiting the first vision, and it ends with Sadius's death being reported.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, he
Oh
does that
yeah.
later. So yeah, first vision, they talk about Odium and basically just the whole burden that he's having to carry right now. And Stormfather is every line is perfect. He does not have a single bad line.
Love Stormfather.
Yes.
We're coming right off Words of Radiance, where, as I said in that stream, he made the Stormfather his bitch, and I loved it, right? and I was just like, it fucking excuse you, did that shit just happen? Like,
Dude, Stormfather is honestly salty at times.
And I love it.
Phrase.
It's just like,
How
only
poetic.
Dalinar could do that shit. It's great. So like, we're just coming off that, and like, it's just Dalinar's like, just chatting to him, and Stormfather's like, I suppose, and it's great.
I'm gonna just skip.
Dude, will you please do this thing for me? I'm not here at your beck and call to do what you. Basically, he said, I'm not here to do, to run around for you.
I am not your dog of which to be trained and told to sit and do your bidding.
I am not your boy.
So you can surely well knock it off.
But just because it's relevant to what Becca said about him being his bitch, we also do see in the flashback that Dalinar legit just fucking snarls at the Stormfather years before any of this shit happens. Like, Dalinar just doesn't give a shit.
I love this man. I love him so much. Oh, but
he's actually based on Brandon Sanderson's dad.
What?
Oh,
wow. I mean, Brandon Sanderson's got a cool dad.
Damn.
At least physical appearance wise, I think. He's a tall guy. He's a tall guy. Like, he's about 6'4", 6'5". He's a tall guy.
That's Tarek heights right there.
Yeah. And his dad's a cool guy. His dad's the nicest guy ever.
I imagine with less baggage than Dalinar.
Oh, definitely.
Dalinar has more baggage than most of the world.
It's like, well, I mean, I guess that's why he gets to make Stormfather his bitch. He's like a personality larger than life. But
yes. Dalinar and Stormfather are very, very nice.
Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Which comes to the next chapter. We see Adolin first off. They're moving into Urethra. We see this as for a lot of Act 1, and it's an issue for basically.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Did you say Urethra?
How would you pronounce it?
Urethru.
Not like that.
Urethru.
Since urethru, it sounds like urethra.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, aspiring. Look.
This is like trip with woof.
I'll accept that. So, Stormlight Radiant headquarters. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, to be fair, when I read the word, in my head I pronounce it Urethru, but which makes life a little bit easier with not accidentally saying organs names. But anyway,
Anyways, Radiant Headquarters. It's an issue for the entire book, and we see a little bit here as Adelin's trying to move everyone to where Navani said things are supposed to go. And then Adelin gets a messenger, and he's like, I know what this is. Because he killed Sadie's last book, and he has been expecting this. Dalinar goes and sees that Sadie's men and Bridge 4 are currently pissed at each other, and he's trying to stop a fight, as well as trying to say, I didn't fucking kill the guy. Stop it. And so he has a little meeting, and everyone is just kind of like, hey, he's dead. He was a pain in the fucking ass. This is good, right? Specifically Padona, who's great. She's fucking great. And Sabariel. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Sabariel.
Sabariel and Padona are like some of my personal favorites.
Yeah,
love
just
them.
eating cake and having a picnic in the middle of the Everstorm.
Yeah.
It was quite amusing.
They're just the best. He has a heart of gold, also wanting all the gold.
Yeah, you know.
I like.
Got a heart of gold, but he's not stupid.
Oh yes. And so Dalinar's like, okay, come with me. And so they go, I think, to like the top Stormlight headquarters. I forget if the top or just a balcony, but they look over and it's like, this is the enemy we have to fight. We need everyone. We have an entire world to save. I'm not gonna fucking be glad that Sadius is dead. Sadius. God, I hate you all. Sadius. I can't. Fucking hate
us. Not hard.
Shut up. I know, but god damn it, I fucking hate
Aspiring,
having to pronounce what I've read.
Aspiring, you made some proclamation of being the person running the friggin' stream because
I can run the stream,
but you can't fucking pronounce anything.
I can pronounce Stormfather. I can pronounce Dalinar. I can pronounce Kaladin. I can pronounce.
Well done. You can pronounce the easy ones. Well done.
Yes, I can pronounce the easy ones. Anyways, so Dalinar just basically says, no, I cannot fucking be glad Sadius is dead. I need generals, you dumbasses. That's
and Adler's like, oop.
To be fair, he has trouble with English sometimes too.
Language is not necessarily my strong suit, unfortunately. Despite the
You're
fact
a
I'm a
fucking
writer. I know. The pronouncing, I'm better at writing than I am at talking. Okay, this is just
to
reality.
To be fair, me too.
Yes, thank you.
Just wait till you have to give conferences.
Oh, kill it!
I can, if I'm in presenting mode, I can do better normally.
Well, do
I'm
better
decent at
then.
presenting.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Anyways, so that's chapter 2. Thoughts before I move on to the next one?
Very straightforward. I think.
I forgot.
Honestly, I find that the best option would be to go through a quick summarization of character arcs, or at least the sections, rather than going through each chapter individually.
But I don't want to. There's things to comment.
If Aspiring wants to do it this way, done. We're just gonna be here. Like, I've accepted it. I'm on the wine. I know it's your channel, but the man's not gonna be persuaded. He made me stay for like an hour longer last time, and I don't know how I didn't just leave.
I mean, if worst comes to worst, we could, like I said, we can always do another stream of. You don't need to rush through it. We can savor it. We can savor it.
Okay.
Thank you for being the reasonable one here, Valerian.
Yeah.
I will summarize. I'm just saying that summarize. I think that I'm just saying summarizing each chapter. Wow, that's a little bit excessive.
When he started saying he was making notes on every chapter, I started to get scared.
You only started to get scared at that point?
More scared. I mean, I'm beyond it, but like.
I'll be nice, and I'll summarize certain collections of chapters, like the one right after this with Cal, since it's better, since those basically could be a big chapter. But I'm still going through bits, because fuck it. I want to find this book. So, next chapter.
He's been waiting for months to do it.
I've been waiting over a year!
This is like his lifelong fucking project, you know?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is like the glorious moment of. This is what history has trended towards.
This is a
guess
triumphant
so.
moment in the story. Don't worry,
Yes.
I won't be cruel, but I will be thorough. So the next chapter, first flashback chapter with Dalinar. This is basically Dalinar's book.
Mhm.
And so the flashback chapter is what have I written down? It really is just him and his young him and his battle and the fucking monster. No, that say an act one. Act 2 is going to be in like a half hour at least. So that's the first flashback with Dalinar. It's earliest days. He doesn't have his shards yet, and we also see him recruit an assassin that's trying to kill him. I believe, yes.
I believe it's
Teleb. Teleb.
Yeah.
Really? That was
Yeah.
the assassin was Teleb. I didn't get the
Yep.
name.
Yeah,
Damn.
he's he's a high officer on duty, and
I know.
yeah.
Who I
Bloodied.
thought Helen was one of the heralds.
No, Taleb is
Oh, Teleb. Okay. We're talking about. Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Now I know what we're talking about.
He's
Dalinar past, tragic past.
he's a very minor Light Eyes, but it kind of shows how he met Dalinar, and it's actually really interesting. Makes it even more interesting, I think.
Oh, I remember that story now. Yeah. I like that story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love.
Go,
Sorry,
go.
I was just gonna say. I mean, obviously, there's like, this is how he met this character and blah 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 blah. But like, I love that we just get thrown in and it's like, holy shit, they weren't kidding. He's a fucking like
Bad person.
he's like a different person. He's this raging, he's this young man
Psychopath.
filled with war, and yeah, like borderline psychopath. Like he's, his life is killing things, and
But-
he's a raging warrior, like walking down the street and just like slaughtering shit.
But-
There's an element of humanity going on there, but like it's like he is a different person.
Yeah, I mean, there's more to him than that, even now, because the way he says, you're on our side now. I mean, a lot of other warriors would have just killed him or put him in prison, but he's like,
Oh yeah.
hey, you're on our side now.
Yeah,
There's-
it's not so much that he is literally a different person. It's just that you get this stark contrast of what he used to be. You can tell it's the same character, but like it's like it gives you whiplash of like, holy shit, they weren't
Yeah,
kidding.
it's like, it does give you whiplash. Going between the two Dalinars, the present one, the past one, you do get character whiplash.
It's great
Yeah.
though. I love it.
There's
Very-
actually a neat note at the end of Taleb's thing where Taleb is similar to a guy named Jibei, one of the generals of the Mongol army. Apparently, Jibei, as an enemy of Genghis Khan, shot him in the neck. After being brought to Genghis, he promised to serve him.
I mean, I love that like that trope is cool. Like it's a way of like. It's a way of showing a fairly honorable, like, a man with some level of morals, a man with like, he does have that honor about him, just not in the form that it becomes as he evolves into a older, wiser person.
I'm not sure. I didn't really get honor from that. I just got it
Yeah.
from that's Dalinar being his weird practical kind of self, where he's like, "Why would I kill you? You'd be a
guess.
great soldier on my side."
Yeah, that's fair. But even then, like his sense of honor is a practical honor. Like it's, what I mean? Like he doesn't have a sense of honor that's like kind of spiritual. It's like, so it rings true to him. That's what I'm trying to say.
He does tend to scoff a lot at honor, though. Like he was gonna let the village be pillaged before promising, and I believe when the shard bearer like points a sword at him to initiate a fight, he's like, "Fucking idiot! You don't need to tell me this."
No, totally. Like, I'm not saying he has the same honor code. I'm saying that there's an element of his personality that has an honor code, which is, well, obviously, you're on my side. You're good now. Like it's a very thin level of honor, but it's like, okay, that was a strand of something that he had in his character, even if it wasn't the same values, if that makes sense. It's just a part of his personality.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And the next chapter, I think I'm going to hear some funning over. It's when Dalinar and Navani get married. They finally decide that, they've been wanting to marry. The foreign church has been dicks and said no, we don't give a shit. She's your sister. Not incest this time. This is not done writing it. Different Mormon.
Okay, this is where we get into the conflict between the church and Dalinar.
I love this scene.
Yeah. Dalinar has been kind of betting on the bad side of the Vorn Church for a while, and this just kind of cements it when he decides to go around him and have the Stormfather initiate the wedding. Which the Stormfather agrees and proceeds to just show up. You can actually see the top image right there. That is the scene. You can see like a little black speck. That's Dalinar and Navani.
Dalinar and Navani, just like beautiful. And I love that you get to kind of advance their dynamic now that they're a married couple, so although they were open about their relationship, they're like, it's like a fully thing now, and it kind of turns from this moment onwards. And I love this scene so much. It was like, it just had me grinning from ear to ear,
As with a confused dishwasher. Sorry.
There's a whole thing where she takes off her glove.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. That's obscene. How can you mention that?
Without difficulty.
You're just filthy.
This was a question.
Dunn really likes it when women take off their gloves.
Ew.
Hey, it can be done very well.
Can we keep us on a higher level than that, please? Can we keep some decency here?
I'm so
the
sorry.
digits on her fingers. Oh, so sexy.
You know what this unfortunately reminds me of is the House of the Dragon removing the stocking scene. That's what this is reminding me of.
Here's the thing, though. When she took off, there is a way to sexily take off her stockings. She just shoved them off and she was gonna throw them in the friggin' washing basket.
Allison,
yeah.
Navani has class.
Navani has class,
definitely.
and she's a sensual lady, whereas Allison, is many things, but not particularly sensual.
That's kind of the problem with semi-inexperienced religious girls, very conservative religious girls like Allison.
Navani's been around the block.
Yeah, good on Navani.
But yeah, Stormfather agrees to marry them. Very nice lines where he's like, I respect all oaths. You've broken oaths before, well, you respect this one. Yada yada yada. Then he just disappears, and Dalinar speaks with Kadash, which is one of his Ardents, which is kind of the whole thing with him and fighting with the Vorn Church. Kadash is basically the main guy for that.
The main problem, though, is the fact that Dalinar has declared that the Almighty is dead.
Or that the Almighty was never God.
Yeah, those are both problems. Of course, we've gone a long way since Tolkien and Lewis, where the religion of the people is literally true. Like Iluvatar actually did create Middle Earth. Aslan actually did create Narnia. We've gone a long way where the imaginary religion now it seems to be the norm to portray it as having been proved to be basically false.
Well, I wouldn't say so.
They are gods. Since the Almighty is a god, he's just a fragment of God.
Yeah.
It's more that the religious system that they currently have may or may not have the right interpretation of the gods that do exist, if that makes sense. That's more what they're going for.
I mean, it's not going as far as Gurm where the faith is apparently totally made up.
Yeah.
Despite being the most reasonable religion in Westeros.
Well, it's because there's
Yeah.
a fucked up world, whereas Stormlight's actually like not the most fucked up place on the planet, you know, like so they have like genuinely like essences, shards of gods that are, you know, fundamentally good, you know.
Same with Mistborn. Like Mistborn, the mythology of Mistborn actually happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, also
just
like
on a different planet.
though Mistborn's kind of in terms of its the preservation and ruin stuff, that's always interesting because it's not it's kind of more forces of nature that aren't technically good and bad. It's just bad if you only have one.
And it's interesting too that because they've got different interpretations. Like we've got the events in the original series, the first Mistborn series. Then later on, then you've got these different. Actually, as soon as the second book, you've already got these different groups forming survivorism and this and that and the other thing based on it.
And survivorism, if you've read the novella, actually has more real things behind it than you think. If you haven't read those,
I haven't got to it yet. I'll be honest. My thing was that I was going to reread all of it's going to take a while. I was going to reread all of Mistborn, so that I was fully up to date before I read the novella.
Which
Yeah.
novella?
Mistborn Secret History.
yeah, Secret History is the name, and that one actually makes survivorism, well, not necessarily better, but it's like, oh, okay, some of the shit you're saying actually did happen. I don't know how you.
And on that note, shut the fuck up, Aspiring. We're talking about Oathbringer.
Yeah.
At least it's by the same author. It could be a lot worse. I've seen
Yes,
worse
but-
expansions.
But it's one that I haven't read, so I find it offensive.
Yeah.
Don't
I mean,
worry,
just
I've spoiled
kidding.
nothing. You barely
Anyway.
even know what survivorism has. But
Look, shut
yes,
up. Yes, I can't remember the tenets of survivorism. It's been a while. Shut up.
It's extremely simplistic. They don't have a doctrine.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot.
Not quite as simple as the path, but it's pretty freaking simple.
Yeah, basically, Kelsier never died, and he's their religious figure.
Anyway,
he is the mist. But,
let's continue.
Yes,
Yeah.
so this one I'll summarize the next three. These are all Cal. So Kaladin's going to Hearthstone. Nice little jokes with Syl. And how Syl
Hearthstone,
wants...
are there donuts?
What?
Hearthstone, are there donuts there?
I don't get it, but probably.
What?
There's a place in Kansas called Hertz Donuts. And it's got some of the
Oh.
best donuts I've ever had. It's so
Called
delicious.
Aspiring is shit at saying words. So
And we don't remember. We don't remember.
I pronounced that one correctly. Hearthstone.
You
It's
said-
literally Hearthstone.
Hearth.
you said like you said.
Hearth.
Cut him some slack. He can't pronounce the th and the sounds. Cut him some slack there.
Bless him.
Silence.
Bless him. Bless his
Dude.
heart.
He can't pronounce those
Still
sounds. It's
aspiring.
fine. It's
I
fine.
am currently really glad Trip is not here yet.
Yeah. This would be awful if he were.
She'll come and badger me later. Fucking done. Might tell her what timestamp it is, but yeah.
Let's see. It's 1:28:39.
Okay.
All right.
So, anyways, Kaladin's going to Hearthstone, and Syl is very much wanting Kaladin to date someone, specifically Shallan. And
Quite right
Nah.
too.
Shaladin for the win.
fuck.
Yeah, Shaladin it is.
Go Shaladin.
Why not? What is it? What is it? Daladin, I think it is.
No, thank you. No, I think we
No.
won't go there.
Not
We're
this
actually not.
But
This
Well,
time,
okay.
Dunn brought it up. Okay.
But
And
I
literally-
want,
also,
I want
literally clear.
Shallan and Kaladin to do a threesome with the Chasm Fiend.
Quiet. That's disturbing, but I
No.
must make my point clear. For anyone watching this, if you ship Dalinar and Kaladin, you are a degenerate.
Why?
Yeah,
It's
please
not even
don't.
just that. It's not even just that. It's just like I don't get it. Like
They
what
just
fucking
want to
scene do
ship-
you base? Why? There is look, every other ship in existence, there is a scene where they base it off, and you go, okay, if you've got a fucked up mind, that makes sense. There is no scene between Kaladin and Dalinar where if you have a fucked up mind, you can misinterpret it.
Well,
Ever. They don't
So-
exist.
That's the
it's
thing
almost
about-
a,
that's the thing about gay shippers. Their point is basically to make up scenes
Yeah.
and usually write alternative
then-
universe fan fictions to
But why
make
didn't-
their weird stuff happen.
Why wasn't it any other two male characters then?
They do it
Shipping-
with Kaladin and Sazit as well, okay? Or Zet. They do it for both of
Shipping-
those.
That
Yeah,
makes
shipping.
That one! Yeah. That
Shipping-
one!
makes more sense because it's
Shipping-
like enemies to lovers.
Shipping is
It's
essentially
stupid,
shipping.
but
Shipping is a very superficial way of reading literature, anyway, or even watching a show. It's like
I am
level of. It's so.
it is.
It's for little girls.
And middle-aged
Wow.
women.
grown-ups. These are
And
grown-ups
middle-aged-
doing it.
Yeah, these
Well,
are
see-
middle-aged women doing it.
Seeing
That's,
as
that's-
I'm
that's
neither,
sad. That's
seeing
sad.
as I'm, seeing as I'm neither a little girl nor a middle-aged woman, now I feel like called out weirdly for the Saladin shit. What are you
That's
implying?
fine! It's literally in there! It's literally in there! It still is trying to
To be
get them
fair.
the bone and want to watch. She
To be
Kaladin
fair,
literally thinks about...
I
What?
do not ship anything that isn't like a possibility in the text ever. So
That's reasonable because again,
Yeah.
Dalinar's Kaladin no. They have like a father-son relationship almost. It's like, why are you twisting that? That's just disturbing.
people
That's
are
where I
fucked up.
cross my line of degeneracy.
Just like there are sometimes Matt and Tam ships that exist. You think I'm joking? I'm actually dead serious.
Why? Is it because their names are the same if you make them backwards?
No, they're just like older men having sex with younger men or something like that, and they just want to
Yeah.
just do weird stuff.
Ew, 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 ew.
Yeah,
Anyway.
gay shippers, be less weird, please. You have a gay relationship coming up in these books. Just deal with that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, if you're
confirmed by
going
the
to-
author.
if you're going
Okay.
to do improbable shipping, be creative. Be
Actually,
creative. Do like Zeth's sword with a Kremling or something. You know.
No,
Do what Cassandra freaking Clare did by shipping Ginny with Draco Malfoy and then having to change all the names and then in order to publish the book and thus the Mortal Instruments exists.
Okay. First off, Balerion, Rick Riordan legit that actually did that. They have two swords, one's talking sword and wants to fuck another non-talking sword.
That's
an actual-
perverted.
Yeah, that's a real thing in Magnus Chase trilogy. And two, where the fuck was I talking about before this? Wait,
I have no
ships.
idea.
Cal.
I think you were talking about Dalinar. He got married to Navani. Is
No,
that
you
what
were trying.
about?
No,
You're-
no,
you're
no,
on-
no. We were. Kaladin goes to Hearthstone.
Oh yeah. And he then and he had
And we
trouble
got
with
no
Hearthstone.
further.
I'm
So-
trying to. There might have been something else, another point I wanted to make. I can't fucking remember for the life of me.
Well,
Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I'm a degenerate in many ways, in many people's standards. Even I have a line here. Just gonna make that point clear.
We're
So,
aware. Continue.
move on, Miss Firing. What the fuck happens in Hearthstone? Describe it to
Oh,
us, please.
Adolin and Maya.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So basically, there's
Oh.
going to be a threesome between Shallan, Adolin, and Maya.
That's going to be
No.
quite hot.
No, it's no.
I can't. No,
Done.
no,
Done.
stop.
It's a sexton. The reason is it's gonna be Shallan, Adolin, and Kaladin, and all three of the spread. watching them.
Ah! Help! I can't. No, this is horrible. I want to die.
I'll keep going. So Cal shows up to his hometown. It's kind of fucked up by the Everstorm, and he's really sad because he's like, I can't see anyone. Where is everyone? But then he sees people. He sees.
Why does it surprise me that Poppy and you were talking about priests and
Oh, hey, dear.
Because
Thought you were coming at
fucking-
4.
Because apparently the conversation came up because aspiring can't pronounce Hearthstone. That's why we had that conversation.
we got from there to Zeth's talking sword having sex with the Chasm Fiend and with and Aelin doing the nasty with Maya and Shallan, and perhaps Kaladi is also
And
involved.
so
I
they could
And
do
so,
it in
of course.
Shadspire. I know, dear. Just didn't think you would arrive yet. Anyway, let me be clear. If I don't bring up the degeneracy, Dunn brings up the degeneracy. This is why we're partners in crime.
The worst of it is that even on these live streams, even I get degenerate. I don't know what it is about I don't know what it is about Stormlight that brings out that, but something does.
Because it's too wholesome, but then people people can't cope with that shit, and they decide to make it not, and I hate them. Why?
I fucking warned you. I would. This would happen
is-
on stream.
There is a place for unwholesomeness, and it is not Stormlight. Fuck off with that shit.
Sex light.
No! 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 No, no, no,
Stormlust. No, Stormlust. Stormlust Archives.
I don't want this.
But
I,
look,
don't-
That'll be good.
I need delineation here. We need Stormlight, and we need degeneracy, and they need to be just separate things,
well, Becca,
very
there is an.
far from each other.
Well, Becca, there is a genuine theory with some weight that the Amians who have blue skin in this series are actually
Amians.
descendants. Amians, fuck off. The Amians are descendants of humans and Honorspren in Shatzmar, and that means that Kaladin and Syl are a potential ship. In actual
Oh,
reality.
oh, let's go Silladin.
Yo, credit on that one off the bat. But yeah, that's possible, Becca. Let's be clear. You might be in for fucking nightmares.
I mean, look, if Sanderson goes for that shit, I'm leaving the planet.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
I know the feeling.
I'm moving to Planet Florida, where Sanderson books are thoroughly banned.
They all
Well, they
burn.
will be by that point anyway. If there's any
No
god in this
Mormons.
world.
No Mormons in Florida. None of their works, nothing.
Oh, you would be surprised. There's a lot of LDS people in Florida.
There is, I'm pretty sure. You'll be banned eventually. Or maybe not. Florida will accept any and all degeneracy. It's fucking Florida.
I look. I did know, but and that's why I'm drinking. You know. I can't.
Can't cope.
Yeah.
Talking to a fucking Mormon and whatever the fuck aspiring is.
Wild, crazy, chaotic, and more.
You flatter yourself.
Hey, what about me? I'm saying disgusting things too.
You are, but
You're a creepy old guy. You're a creepy old
you know,
dragon
it's
guy.
expected.
Is it not expected from me? Have I not made this clear that this is something that happens with me around? I kind of caused this, basically.
You did, but you could just be getting on with the
Chill.
fucking plot.
Shall we
Yeah,
get back
fine.
on topic, please?
Sure.
Yeah, aspiring.
So,
Get on
Cal,
the fucking topic.
They're incorrigible first. Other things.
yeah, we are. So, Cal finally reaches Hearthstone. That's I'm pronouncing that correct, right? Heart.
Mhm.
Fucking hate you people. This is going to be entire stream's difficulty. But, so he reaches there, he finds people, and so they take him to where all the, they're not refugees, what would you call them? I'll call them survivors. Survivors of the Everstorm. In the main place of the Light Eyes Rashon, the person who runs the damn town. And he finds his family. They're reunited. He goes and cries to them after they... And then there's a conversation about his brand and him being a deserter. And his dad, good on him, is like, fuck no, he's my son. You're not doing anything to him. He was going to help me, or I'm not helping you. Which, damn, good on him.
And Kaladin's like, by the way, I'm a Knight Radiant now, and
I
so
technically outrank everybody here.
including you, because I take orders directly from Dalinar, so you can just bug off if you pardon the crudity.
You missed a very important thing before that. Before he reveals that, he also just goes and punches Rashon in the face.
Which I love.
Then he apologizes. Then he apologizes for it after.
Yeah. It's
Which
literally...
Rashon did not deserve.
He literally is like,
Sorry?
what did you do to get those brands? Hit a Light Eyes? Yes. Punches him right in the face.
Ooh.
Perfect
So
beat
good.
for beat.
When
And then
does
he's
he-
like...
I was just gonna. Oh no, go on. You'll get to it.
So then Cal's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have punched Rashon later, because he's trying to be a better person. Good on Cal. He deserved it, though. As Syl agrees. So then he's
Syl.
trying to be like, okay, I need to know everything that's happening here. Come to me to the library right now. Nobody listens to him at first, though he does manage to make sure the guards don't attack him for punching their Light Eyes. And so he just summons a Shard Blade and stabs it in the ground. It's like, any other more questions? And everyone's like,
no, sir.
yeah, though his father does look very sad at seeing the blade,
Aw.
which we do get to understand more of. I don't think in this book, though.
Yep, we'll eventually. Yep, that will be a point later in terms of their arcs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets them all into the room. They talk about how the parchment took stuff and bled damage. And he's trying to tell Rashon, you're all we have left. So please run this fucking city. And then his wife comes, who is Kaladin's old crush, and she's just like, okay, I didn't want to be saved. Fuck off. Why are you stabbing my floor? So, good introduction. He asked her to reintroduction, yeah. Introduction in this book. But he then asks for them to make contact with Navadi and Dalinar, which everyone's skeptical about, but they respond, because of course they do. He tells them the situation and that he wants to do more scouting. They agree. And then we get a very, very nice scene where Kaladin is shown his little brother, Oridon.
I know. Oridon, yeah. I think so.
Oh, Balefire saw the link.
Flip Balefire. Good to see you.
You're the
Hello
only
there.
person in Red Hand to actually use the link. Not terrific.
Okay.
Oathbringer, good lady.
There are gonna be globs of spoilers in this thing, though. Just
Yeah,
so you
Yeah.
yeah.
know.
And
If
it might
you
not
have-
make an awful lot of sense.
I'm hoping you all don't actually remember this, so that way you're surprised when you do eventually read this, as both of you should.
That's why we're doing all the weird tangents and all the odd about shipping. It's not because we're like a bunch of weirdos or anything. It's a deliberate.
Trip comes in when we're talking about threesomes. Lady Balefire comes when we're talking about serious shit.
Yeah.
Ah. Well, it's so like this is the book where like everything explodes into super high fantasy. So like it's almost like hard to understand what shit's going on because 2 books have already happened to set it all up. So you
Yeah.
probably won't understand what we're talking about anyway. So it's probably not going to be a spoiler.
Yeah, this is the payoff book for all the 2 book setup. Not all, but a lot of them. A fucking lot of them. So anyways,
It feels
yeah.
like it's almost in a different universe in some ways. It's like so much more massive.
Yeah, because the Parshendi are actual characters now.
Well,
Indeed
not just
they
that,
are.
like there's the Everstorm stuff. Like they're in the end of the world now. You have like way more fantastical stuff happening. The Radiant stuff is like accelerating. It's like way more large scale, high fantasy stuff going on.
Yep, it's the entire continent of Roshar.
Yes, and this is without being a Cosmere nerd who knows about the other stuff around it. But yeah, Cal's... Nope, you first, sorry. You were saying, Becca?
No, I was agreeing.
Yeah, okay. So, Cal meets his little brother Oridon, and he's very, very happy and tears up. Very, very nice emotional moments after losing his other brother.
This is when I teared up on a plane.
I wasn't
on a plane actually. I was tearing up though. I was like, oh, so cute. I'm so happy and sad.
Yes. Cal then says he'll protect everyone after making himself glow because he needs to be a nightlight, and then flies away. That's thoughts on that 3 chapters.
Baby cute. That's my thoughts. Baby cute.
Baby cute.
Kaladin coming back where he started we're going back to the first book because the first book, as I recall now, that's when we get the Kaladin flashbacks, and so we're going back to that. We're going all back to that and to the whole backstory as to why he ended up in the Shattered Plains in the first place. Carry on, Brightness. Sorry.
Oh no, like totally. Like it's actually quite nice that he goes back here. Like, I was just saying, like, it's like the book where everything explodes into super high fantasy. We're in, down to like Overthrow being a place that they're at, this high fantasy ancient city tower thing. Like that in itself is like bizarrely high fantasy, let alone the Everstorm and everything else. Like, so it's kind of nice that you have this moment where he goes back to his little hometown that's like complete opposite of all of that. You get these moments of like really small scale, it's nice.
He's coming back to the Shire.
Yeah, he gets to visit the Shire for a little bit of a picnic, Like Frodo wishes he could have done that in the middle of Two Towers, but he kind of had something to do with his life.
Yeah, this is the only time. You first, Blarian?
No, carry on.
This is the only time Cal's happy in this book.
Oh,
this is literally just this little moment of happiness. There's no more happiness.
Poor baby Kaladin. Bless his heart.
Yes, bless him.
He needs a hug. He needs lots of hugs. He needs like a schedule of hugs. This poor man.
Someone who...
he needs Shalyn to draw that up because I can tell you she would be good at drawing up a hug schedule.
He needs Shaladin. Yeah, he needs Shaladin.
So I guess what we're saying is we're hoping that Adolin dies. So
I'm not.
that...
No.
Well, if you remember what I said when I finished the book, I was like, "Fuck." I still ship Shaladin, but now I feel like a bad person for doing so because, I'm so happy that Shalyn's happy, and they're like, it's so cute, and they're like accepting each other. It's really adorable, and I love it.
Some of their
and I feel like, and I'm like, that's really it's made my ship mean I'm a bad person.
22. You look beautiful. You are beautiful. You're so dreamy. No, you're dreamy. You're so dreamy.
Adolin and Shalon are mentioned as being obnoxious with each other.
Good.
Look, obnoxiously, completely cutesy and romantic is the best kind, right?
It's it's the good kind of obnoxious.
So essentially, Tarek and Becca.
Oh yeah.
A little bit.
Yes.
So,
though I don't find him obnoxious about it.
So Tarek is Adolin in this situation, definitely.
He's
not got nearly the baggage of Kaladin, so yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I was going to say this. There's a they weren't referring to me, but
ADO obnoxious never.
But yeah, so tell me, Dunn, about this comparison, because this occurred to me last night when I was looking at my profile pic. You, me, and Trip are kind of similar to Shallan, Kaladin, and Aelin's relationship.
Well,
Do you not agree?
You're definitely
Yeah,
a threesome.
She is very much like Shallan. She even has like the 3 little personalities. It's
So-
actually a, and then there's me, depressed, brooding guy. Though I think I might sometimes be more similar to Aelin, and I think you're just more similar to Cal. Though then again, your humor's also. We're both like a mix of Kaladin and Aelin.
I don't think Dunn is very Kaladin. I mean, he's not
No.
depressed for starters, and he's not, and
He's still
his
not
humor's
to
more
be
cruder.
Kaladin.
Also,
True.
I'm realizing the more I think about it, Trip and Shallan really are alike. They even spiral a lot.
Yeah.
We really are going down strange fucking rabbit holes, let me tell you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but it's the thing I'll say with Sanderson is the characters are very, very fucking relatable, and you could actually see
Yes.
people in real life being that. Shallan is Trip. I'm very much Cal. I'm constantly depressed. What's your question, dear?
Oh no.
You're saying, oh no, I might be the one who just dug a hole.
I'm saying oh no on your behalf, Spyro, because despite
okay, thank you.
appearances, I don't actually completely hate your guts.
Thank you.
This is a touching moment in the story.
Trip, you'll
Oh, I did wonder. I did think that's what she meant.
Trip. Read Shallan.
Has Trip actually read the books?
Oh god, this stream.
Has she read the
You never,
books?
We're
she
so-
is not. She's read Way of Kings and is on Words of Radiance.
Okay.
We haven't even got past Kaladin's first chapter, and you've already dug yourself. It's God knows how many holes.
No comment.
This
Well,
may
as you
be a
said, I never got out of the
multi-parter.
hole.
This may be a
Oh,
multi-parter.
It will be.
Yes.
It will be.
Really?
Yeah.
It will be. Yep.
Thankfully, we have nothing next week, so we can just do Wednesday, I think.
I can't.
is it?
Depending on how late we go, I probably can't do Wednesday, but I could do Thursday again.
There's a next week maybe. If we have to do a 2-parter,
Maybe.
because I'm not doing
I'll
that
see.
and Thanksgiving break.
We'll see. Hopefully.
Actually, no, not even Wednesday. Fuck. Yeah, we're just kind of screwed on this. Let's try and finish
Anyway.
in this stream because it's
Aspiring,
Anyway.
please just fucking move
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Please, thank you.
yeah. So Shallan does. We get to the Shallan. Shallan's dealing with her trauma with the sword and the truth she spoke last time. She goes to the meeting with Dalinar. They're trying to look over a map and everything and to make a battle plan. And Shallan and Dalinar somehow accidentally make a hollow illusion map, which, very nice. Even color coordinated.
Cool.
And so Dalinar creates his battle plan focusing on the Oak Gate. He's trying to get Dalinar, Azir, and I know I'm fucking up the name. Shut up.
Yep.
Queen Fen's place Azir and
Thalenor.
Karabant.
Thalen?
Thalenor.
Thalen or Thailand?
Thalen.
Thalenor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Thalen.
Thalen is the adjective. Thalena is the
Yes.
country. Thalena, or whatever, is the country.
Generally speaking, most of these are, they're quite like, separate syllable,
Mhm.
as read as they're written.
Yep.
True on that one trip.
Yeah.
They do
Yeah.
have syllables.
Anyways,
Yeah.
what?
Apparently,
I'm constantly confused.
there isn't really a thing about Dalinar. The next bit that we have is about Shallan and a murder mystery he set up
Yeah.
with the
Said he
Unmade.
is. Yeah, because
Well-
then there's the start of the second murder, which is an exact copy of Sadie's murder.
Mm-hmm.
Or Sadius.
Oh, yeah.
Sadius.
I must have
Fuck,
skipped over all that, but yeah, that's right. There was. We know who killed Sadius.
Mm-hmm.
And
We
I
don't
love
know.
that. I love the way that it sets up that she's investigating the murder. She has no idea that Adeline's done it, and you're just sat there going. And in the end, it actually doesn't have that much of an effect. Like, it's more that it just gets dragged out, and you're like scared of what effect it might have.
Yeah, I think when they finally reveal it, it's like, okay.
You know, it's in the end, it's more of like a
Mm-hmm.
growth of character for Adeline rather than anything else. But I love that that's the way it's set up. That Shallan is the one. You know, it's a good way to make you scared of what happens when it gets revealed.
Yeah.
What?
So there are the copycat ones, which are apparently some kind of spren that's doing stuff.
Mm-hmm. And we find she starts doing research and finds out that it is one of the unmade later.
The unmade
yes,
are sorry, the unmade. I just want to clarify. They're a type of void spren, or they're just any void spren, or type of void spren.
They're a higher type of.
Yeah.
They're a high
They're like
type
the
of void
Stormfather.
spren.
Yeah, they're like the Stormfather. They are spren by technicality, because that's what they all call them, but they are much more and very unique.
There's like 9 of them, right?
9? There's 9 or 10. They may leave that unclear. And in this book, we see 5. There is some sci-fi. Okay, Balefire. Legit, his idea when making this was, I want a fantasy with mecha armor and laser swords. That was his thing making the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sci-fi. That's a spoiler, but there are different planets and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is 100%. It's got like fancy elements, but it feels like a sci-fi, and it's only as you get further into the magic system that the fancy elements blossom. But it's still like it's like a spiritual sci-fi almost.
It feels like both. I mean, because it feels like fantasy too, because it's got high princes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And but
I get a lot of feelings of Dune from it, but like in a less kind of like nihilistic God Emperor wins the day kind of vibe, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would compare Dune in this.
But in the sense of like having that kind of the whole medieval aesthetic with a sci-fi feeling world, you know. Obviously you don't have space travel and stuff, but like that, it's like a classic combination of like it's sci-fi, but like they have an aristocratic system, you know.
There actually is space travel.
Yeah, it's just
magic.
Uh,
an ethereal plane.
And also soon real space travel, eventually, someday.
Well, we don't know, except that we actually don't know how the space travel occurred, because it was all the way back in the distant past. So we don't actually know how it happened.
I mean, wasn't it?
Well, here's the thing. Brendan Sanderson has released stuff from a couple of short stories that talk about that will eventually be released as full novels that have things like shard rifles.
Well, here's the thing.
Sorry.
We actually don't know how they come, because Shadmir is Sanderson's backup for how it happens. He is actually trying to create a different way using Ishar's bondsmith powers, so it's not yet confirmed how. But Shadmir will be the backup if all else fails. And they have tried space travel before, and it failed. And
well, I didn't realize that was that all that was going on behind the scenes. My assumption was that it was something to do with Shadesmar. So
yeah. And yeah, I know, I read that novella as well. It's a little glimpse into what he was gonna do in like Mistborn 4 and shit. With some, we see Scadrians and Rasharans in the future, and I'm pretty sure the Rasharan is a Pershendi, based on how they talked. that was just a detail. I was like, no, that's definitely an interesting detail you put in.
Well, let's keep going.
Yeah, please let's keep going.
So murders, Adolin is given charge over the murders. Kaladin investigates a town. Adolin visits Dalinar's horse since his died last chapter. Very sad.
What'd you say about visiting Eleanor's horse?
Yes, gallant.
Yes.
Okay, we're not gonna. This isn't another ship, is it?
Valerian, no!
Wow,
Go
so
and
he went to
fucking-
bestiality before me. That's impressive.
Valerian, go and sit
He
in the
already did it.
fucking
He's
corner.
done. He shipped Nightblood and a Chasm Fiend. He's been on bestiality all fucking day. Shame on you,
literally-
you perverted dragon.
Oh,
Yeah, you're way behind. I'm way ahead of you, Brat Lord.
Yep.
yeah.
Do you really want to be ahead of me in that department?
No.
Do you really want to try and fight Dun and I
I'll be
on-
back.
Do you really want to fight Dunai on perversion?
No.
Because let's be clear, he and I rival each other, if only because there's certain perversions he doesn't like.
No. This is wholesome bestiality.
I think you might have made history in saying the words wholesome bestiality in a sentence.
Well, go me.
If I answer your question, I don't have answers. This just says how we are. Trip, you're as bad as Dun and I, let's face it. Actually, you know what? Trip is the least perverted of the three of us, technically, with the jokes we make.
Do not.
Do not encourage. Yeah, that's probably wise.
Yeah.
So.
This is what happens if you put Dun and me in the same room.
Where even were we?
We're talking
We're-
about the
Horse.
murder investigation. We can kind of skip over a lot of pieces since there's a lot of non-plot relevant details that happen.
No wonder
I
we
will
went
be-
into a tangent.
I've just skimmed 3 chapters. I'm going fast. Renarin also heals. He gets Sharp Blade and heals Adolin, though unconsciously. What else? And next is a flashback chapter. So before we get to that, thoughts on everything I just summarized? Not very much.
It's just plot progression. There isn't really much to say about it.
Hello, I'm back.
There is setup for Ja'ana, one of the unmade, who's going to be interesting going forward. But yeah,
There's lots of little bits and setups for her with Renarin.
Didn't she?
little
Doesn't
details.
she play a role in Huha?
Yes.
Rao.
Yes.
yes, she does. But we won't discuss
What in the
that.
world? I was just asking. That's not really spoiling it.
No, you haven't really missed. Wait, did she miss that? Becca,
What?
Did you miss the horse bestiality Valerian said?
I left after the horse bestiality had just got back.
Then you didn't miss
okay.
anything.
At least you were there for
Okay,
that.
I was
That's good.
really worried from the comments what I had missed.
No, they're
Nope. Nope.
They're just-
Back in here. I thought I was weird by kicking smart guys in big words. So Dane Bornhold. Okay. Go
You
go
missed
outside.
wholesome bestiality, yes.
Yes, you missed horse
Wonderful.
bestiality.
Wholesome beast.
We're all very.
Who
we're very
knew that
wholesome
that
here.
existed?
Well, you
Oh.
learn something new every day.
Goodness me.
It's a very
It's what-
educational. It's very educational live stream.
I don't know why I
Wholesome
know any
bestiality,
of you.
otherwise known as fucking a furry.
Well, at least
This
it's cute.
This is
Yeah.
beyond. I can't.
Flashback chapter. So, flashback chapter. Dalinar here gets his plate, or has already gotten his plate. They talk about marriage, and Dalinar is very much against it, obviously. Dalinar, so this is them attacking the rift. I'm not gonna go through everything they do in attacking the rift. But he kills the High Prince, and spares the little boy, and takes the Shard Blade.
Back to my point of he has some level of honor, and to be fair, obviously, things later happened. What?
Why do you... Trip, I'm curious, why do you say this?
No comment. No comment.
Big and hairy.
No comment.
No, giants are also big and hairy. That doesn't make them a furry.
Dalinar. Okay, but Dalinar.
It's specifically... if he was a werewolf, then. But he's a bard.
No furries. No furries.
I see we found Bale... Why are you saying bard?
Because she's not gonna go out with Dane, because that would be really, really, really cute.
Dalinar.
Depends on your definition of furry.
Okay, Dalinar. Yeah.
For the record, Tarek's not a fucking furry.
It's
oh no.
I don't even think that needed clarification.
We do need to.
Well, now we just need to send him that thing of doesn't Tarek qualify as a furry?
You want me
I
to
don't
clear
care.
this?
No one
Send
cares
this
if he's a
in?
furry or not. And move on.
Please, let's move on.
I was trying to say,
What?
Dalinar. I just wanted to call attention to the bit where he spares the kid. It's a sign that there's some basic decency there underneath all this bloodlust. There's still some basic decency.
There's a seed from which you see where the current Dalinar comes from. Obviously, he goes deeper, darker after this.
Yeah.
He kind of betrays that character trait for a while. But then
No.
he realized he's my boyfriend, and I'm quite offended.
Also, actually, on Bellfire's statement, technically it would be whoever dates Chewbacca would be the furry, since Chewbacca can't be unfurry.
Let's just not. Oh, done. You've got your own sex life. Get out of my.
That's what's going to happen, isn't it?
It sounded like you said, you've got your own sex life.
That's awful.
I appreciate the hope.
No, he's just a bear of a dude.
Okay. I need to make it clear. I'm not at fault for this one for once. Okay. I didn't actually do this, and I didn't instigate it either. Okay. This is the one that's not my fault. Also, thank you, Trip, for making this happen.
Oh no.
Oh, Trip. We confirmed that years ago. Need I again bring up the forks? And
years, plural? I haven't known him.
Time travel there. Years.
Okay, sure, okay. Yeah, there's lots of time travel in my life. Anyway,
Yes. You wandered into insanity.
Yeah.
Dalinar.
It's not a done stream without, hey Becca, how's your sex life?
So, Dalinar spares the boy. Thoughts, concerns, comments. Becca, done.
Before we do that,
Anyway, how is your sex life?
I shouldn't have done that, should I? I should not have done that. I should not have said that.
No. Yeah, you maybe shouldn't have brought up it's done in sex life.
Agreed.
Trip seems to be tortured.
I'm sorry, Trip. That was my fault. I'm sorry.
I don't even know what specifically she could be saying no to, because it could be all of it.
I think it's the room. I believe it's the room.
It's pretty much everything.
2 seconds, thankfully.
Oh,
This is pretty
Yeah,
this
tell
is
everyone in Red Hand to watch us.
we get really entertaining, and we don't even drink alcohol,
well, I
except for
do.
Becca.
Well, again, Dunn and I act fucking drunk and high without it. We don't need it. The world can't handle if we actually were.
And I need to numb my pain, so, you know, and hey, it's evening for me, so it's like not, you know, socially unacceptable. So
Yes, please don't get drunk, you chaps.
Yeah, like this. Imagine Dunn and I without inhibitions. Because let's be clear, we currently do have inhibitions, despite the fact you may not think so.
yeah, you do have inhibitions, like inhibitions that are stopping you from fucking getting on with the fucking subplot of the story.
He's not wrong.
Move
Comment
on
on the flashback chapter, Becca. I told you to comment, and then you said, no, I'm gonna say something else. Your fault.
No, I didn't. Everyone was saying horrible, mean things, and I needed to clarify. And yeah,
So
anyway,
that's still your fault.
shut up. If people weren't mean, this wouldn't be a problem. Anyway,
Are we mean or being playful?
Both. Both is
yes.
good. You need to get
Anyway.
that clip done.
Yes. So Dalinar spoils the. I mean, spares the. I almost said Dalinar spoils the kid. You know.
And unspoiled.
He spoils the kid. That's right. Spare the child and spoil the.
Also, I did comment on the chapter. I said I was commenting the same thing as Valerian, talking about, like, you know, the you can see the seeds of where Dalinar's character comes from, and you know, you can see where the seeds of where the man we know grew from. You know, he spares the boy, and you know, wine is good. Wine is helping me right now.
Why are 3 out of 4 of us being sexually degenerative right now? What? I don't care. That's not a word.
Because we're guys. Also,
Shut
we're
up,
weird.
Aspiring. I'm talking.
I thought you were done. Apologies.
No, I'm not. I'm not actually. I'm
Yeah,
Becca.
she's not done. She's Becca. Yeah,
That's an insult. That's a bleeding insult.
I'll give him credit. He went 2 hours without doing that joke, and he had opportunities.
I thought you were done. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Doesn't
apparently
sound
me
like
and
John.
Becca have undergone a Freaky Friday thing.
Oh, no.
Everyone
I
has got a
never.
Freaky Friday
I
with you.
never.
Everyone.
I
Please don't.
never, ever want that shit to happen. All right.
That would be
Never.
super weird if,
No, thank
like,
you.
Oh God, no! Kill it, dead.
Yeah.
Anyway. So you know, I don't really have that much to comment on other than it's an interesting, like, you know, insight into the. It's more of an insight into the war that to you know, gain Gavilar's kingdom. It's more insight into Dalinar's previous character, that we're really slow burning this, like, this is who he was, you know, really getting us used to who old Dalinar was, and we do get to see he spares the kid because he's actually got
Not a
a
complete
decent
monster.
strain to him, you know.
And that's like at the end of the chapter, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's set off so that it's set off in a way that so it makes its impact. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we don't know the kid
Yeah.
lives yet, but this is when he spares the child.
Yeah.
And I do wonder how many people thought he actually killed the child.
I thought it was highly implied that he did. It obviously wasn't revealed, but the way that he's acting in the scene, I was like 99% sure that he didn't kill the child. Like,
Yeah.
I could not see that happening, that he did. It was very well written in that way, but like it's pretty much confirmed in his attitude in the chapter that he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also an element of like the way that it's framed is like he's looking down at the little kid and he's just like, nah, I can't kill him.
No. Which, because he doesn't kill children, because, you know, he's decent. I don't know, you know, we have deep, dark things later, but yeah.
which we
Yes.
may or may not get to.
Well, we'll get to it eventually. Just maybe not today.
Aspiring. And that note, aspiring. Continue.
Yes, next chapter. So Dalinar in the book is going through a bit of an arc of trying to be a politician, and we see his first attempt at this, where he has conversations with
Lady
Prime of Ygir and his council, mostly his council, really. Queen Fen, and fails miserably both times. Azir are stubborn and refuse to tell them anything or agree to anything, because Azir. Then he speaks to Queen Fen, who just comes out like, what the fuck is happening? Very bluntly, and Navani says that's good, that she's not doing Queen speak, but eventually Dalinar loses her, and she reverts back to Queen speak, and he's frustrated. But a little good happens, and that, I'm going to butcher the name, Taravangian?
Taravangian.
I think the way he said it was fine.
It doesn't really matter, but I think Gian is a bit easier to say.
I think Taravangian is probably better, actually.
Yeah. Huh?
Taravangian?
I think that's better. I think it's better with a hard G, actually.
All right, fair enough. It doesn't matter, but
See,
doesn't
we act
matter.
drunk, and no. This is in addition to the lore. The reason I can't pronounce words because I act drunk. That's why. It's only because I'm acting drunk.
okay.
Anyways,
Whereas me, someone who's not drunk but getting there, can pronounce
okay.
words.
It's my lore, not yours. Anyways, so
Azir,
Dalinar attempts to negotiate with them and makes no headway. Elhokar raises Dalinar as High King, which Dalinar is very upset by, but it kind of accepts and makes Elhokar be like, okay, you need to tell me what
under certain conditions, he makes certain conditions because he doesn't want to be. And this is part of the whole general arc of the relationship between Dalinar and Elhokar, where Elhokar kind of admires Dalinar, but also resents him because Dalinar always keeps taking over things because he's just better at ruling than Elhokar is. And Elhokar, it's not a bad. We've talked about him before. He's not a bad ruler or a bad king, but he's just not quite adequate to the situation, and he has these issues where he just feels like he's not adequate.
He's got impotent problems.
No comment, but he does have a son, so that can't be quite it. But you know what I mean? Yes.
Leave baby Elhokar alone. Done, dickhead.
What was I going to say? The other thing I was going to mention is that Azir is characterized as being extremely bureaucratic and process oriented, but also having lots of checks and balances, so the emperor can't just do whatever.
Very much like China in a way, or at least China mixed with the U.S. Middle-aged medieval China mixed with a bit of the U.S.
Yeah.
I like its characterization in that way. It's very it's a quirkiness to it, and I love it.
Although it's a little bit there's a certain element of caricature in how Azir, people talk about Azir,
Essays, the specifically the essay thing where it's like, your essay was way better than mine. You should have it. I don't want to be Azir. You should be Azir.
Well, that wasn't that a facade of the
yes.
Azir, the Azir kept dying, so they were like, you know what, I don't want it,
Precisely.
but I can't
don't
actually
want it.
say that.
I don't want it.
They even propose a solution. Should we pick the one with the worst essay then? Because that means they're the best at pretending to be stupid.
I love it though. I love that this is one of the most whimsical parts of the story is the bureaucracy of Azir. It's so cool. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that that's the silliness of the world. It's just a light-hearted love. I love it. I don't know why I love it, but I just I love
really
Brandon
works.
Sanderson.
You
make bureaucracy whimsical.
You have to. For one or two bits, you do have to suspend your disbelief a bit. But yeah, it's entertaining certainly.
And
It's sweet. It's just a nice light kind of escape from the heavy shit.
there's a lot of politics in this one with Dalinar's arc and everything, and I heard a lot of people saying that was really boring, especially the beginning, and that it dragged. I do not understand it because it's really interesting, funny, and great to see. It's really nice seeing Dalinar stumble with it all.
My opinion on that would be that there's a little bit too much at the beginning. It does kind of bombard you a bit, but it's fun enough to keep going. And I don't think it's a too much politics situation. I think it's necessary that there's politics, and it's made in a quite fun, playful way. And there's a lot of interesting characters interplaying with each other, and a lot of it, a lot of the solution is dragging them into friggin' dream visions of the past, which is the most non-boring way to do politics ever.
Yeah. So I don't think there's too much politics any more than there's too much of other things. I mean, it's like a 1,200-page book. There's obviously he could have trimmed a bit here and there, but I wouldn't say that's fewer of politics than anything else.
I don't think it's so much too much politics as the structure maybe needed a bit of tweaking to kind of break it up a bit, but I really don't think it's much of a problem at all. It's just a slight thing that might lean some people that are more sensitive to politics in books, boring them.
Politics, per se. It's just that the book is very long. And
but that's Starlight.
But no, the people that say there's too much politics in the beginning of this book and it gets boring, those people, I'm going to go ahead and assume they don't like too much politicking in their books, as you and I.
They'd hate my book.
Them being a little bit sensitive to that might have mainly been triggered by the fact that it's a little bit shoved together a bit, rather than paced out a little bit more. But honestly, it's really not that big a deal.
Yeah, and to be fair, they do space it out because they have a chapter of politics, then they'll move on to Shallan and doing some weird thing.
More than every Dalinar chapter and every Navani chapter pretty much is on that.
Well, that's what Dalinar is mainly. That's what his arc is mainly about. Yeah,
I know, but once you get past that, it stops being completely about. I mean, there is more of it, but when you get further into the book, there's more going on with Dalinar. Whereas at the beginning, it's like bang, 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 bang. So maybe there could have been a little bit more pacing to kind of space it out a bit. But I'm not saying it like it's a massive flaw or anything. I can just see why people might have been a little bit bothered by it. It's not really. Yeah.
It's because a large part of what he's about is how to be a ruler, how to be a diplomat, how to be a king, how to be a leader, basically.
Rather than a warrior.
100%. I love it, and I see why it was done the way it is, and I wouldn't ask Sanderson to change it, but I can. I was just saying I see why that might be a criticism. It's just not one that I have, because I love everything about Dalinar's arc in this book. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
Speaking of, so Elhokar is given charge of freeing Althakar. Please tell me I pronounced that right.
Alethkar?
Alethkar. I hate this. Alethkar, and again, as I mentioned, Taravangian accepts Dalinar's offer to join the coalition. Very nice. Obviously, we know Taravangian, leader of Caravant.
Okay, for a second, I think it said Tarek. Okay, Taravangian. Okay, fair enough.
Tarek rules Caravant.
Of course he did. He just got bored at the weekend,
Tarek would be good wit.
Yes.
He played the music and everything.
Every time I read a wit chapter, I describe it to him, and he's like, I like this character.
He has good taste. So, next chapter, pretty much just Shallan practicing Vale, and Aiden walks in, and they have the funny no mating from Patton. Just a little nice comedy chapter.
No mating. Oh, is this where Radiant turns up?
No, that's later, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
Love Patton. I actually took a while to kind of warm to him because he's a little bit over bizarre. but
Yeah.
like, but he just grows into his own in this book. Love him.
Well,
Yeah,
at the beginning,
very
he
nice.
hasn't mastered communication with humans yet. At the beginning,
And he
Bless
still
him.
hasn't really, but he's still great in his
No
misunderstandings.
mating.
Mm.
He just yells
Well,
that, and he
that's what
does
it's
it at an
about.
appropriate time too, by pure accident.
Oh, that's what it's. Oh, that's what the. Oh, that's what you meant by a chaperone. I meant to keep you from because males and females of this thing are not meant to do the deed yet until certain rituals have been done. That's what it means.
I'm
That's
now
what it means.
tempted to send like a pattern thing to Dunn or Trip to
No
be their
mating.
chaperone.
He does the thing going on too.
It's okay. I can't even say this one out loud. Dunn, I'm typing.
No comment.
Something. You guys keep talking. I need to type something to Dunn.
I know exactly
No.
what you're talking about.
No, whatever it is, no.
He's not going to share it with the class because it's private.
Oh,
Alright,
that's nice.
good to know.
It's
It's
not.
probably
It's
something
just,
involving the terrible trio.
this is just something very funny.
It's probably something Dunn and Trip are doing in their spare time.
Dunn,
No comment.
Imagine that with Pattern, doing his thing.
Oh, that would be something else.
Did you see what I said, Dunn? Is he typing something? My cheeks hurt.
I'm gonna go get another fucking drink, you maniac.
My cheeks actually hurt. What did you put?
Debate whether or not playing that in the private chat or something.
Mate, I don't think it actually exists. But imagine that. It would fit perfectly.
I imagine Brandon Sanderson would make a lot of money, or that would make a fun white elephant gift.
Yeah, just. For me to give them the time of day. Okay. But yeah. I'll say part of the joke. Cause fuck it. I did shard butt plugs last one.
No.
Did I say that one out loud or did I keep that one private?
No, you said that one out loud.
No.
I'm now imagining, because he said vibrating, I'm now imagining Pattern as a vibrator.
No. No.
You're the inspiration for this one, Blair, and blame yourself. I don't know how it fucking works. Its pattern is like a 2D thing, unless it's a. I don't know how you would shape it to make it not like painful.
I don't want to know.
Maybe it's like a clip-on.
Or you just have the design on the head.
We don't need to go into details.
Do you want that shape on the head is a thing?
We don't.
It's just
wait, like
on.
you mean like a I see what you mean. That could work actually. You could even
Brightness, please come back.
Make it so it changes.
Please come back so that we can. Please come back, Brightness, so we can stop these people before it's too late. Kind of already is too late, but hey.
But wait, not even in real life. Imagine if. Why am I suddenly the only one?
Because I'm showing a possible design. So Aspiring had the idea for a pattern vibrator.
Oh, you mean like
no?
What?
Why? No.
That's what I returned to.
Yes, Trip.
No.
Trip. That is exactly what it is, and he vibrates when he talks. And so I just thought. But now wait. What if he goes down to that area on Shalon and then talks?
Why?
No.
You have things
Holy
wrong
shit.
with you.
Shit.
Fucking.
Wait. I've made it worse. I've made it worse.
Okay, you've made the worst thing. Pretty much the worst thing ever. in history of the universe.
Aspiring, I think you're supposed to be taking us through the plot of Oathbringer.
I am.
Instead of doing this.
I am giving the possibility of a.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Trip is right. He can go. Wait, do you think Pattern could go in Shallan?
So are we talking about? So is this Paterlon? Is this Paterlon now?
I guess
The
so.
deep dark hole that I shouldn't have arrived in.
No, you should have. We needed you earlier to.
No.
Well,
Trip,
speaking of deep
you're a
dark
genius.
holes,
No, don't you
No,
fucking
kill
dare!
Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill him! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Dead! Kill it! Kill it!
We
Kill it.
need to invent this, and we need to produce it.
Kill it!
You do that. Now fucking move on with the fucking plot of
No,
Oathbringer, you
don't do it.
piece
Kill
of
it!
shit.
Kill it! Dead!
Oh, that one throws shard butt plugs out of the water. Holy shit! Cover it.
No.
How? Pattern is like as big as a hand, right?
I
So,
don't know
yeah,
how big
one.
Pattern is. I've never
One.
thought about it.
Idea.
that's what she
Well, now
said.
you have.
Oh, kill yourself, Dan.
No. No mating. No mating.
My cheeks hurt. He vibrates. And he can do any voice. He can do any voice in there.
You could do Captain Jack Sparrow.
He could
Or
do
the other-
Jack Sparrow. He could do the Viking guy music that I'm Darish or whatever. Perish. He can do any voice, any sound. Holy shit. We have created the best idea for sex in Roshar possible.
Kill it.
Dear, oh fucking dear.
I told you to fear this stream, Becca. You thought I was exaggerating.
We'll
Look,
keep
like,
going back for later. And next week we're having a
No.
debate with Noble about Mad Max Fury Road, which is going to be entertaining, to say the least.
Dear God.
I jolly well can.
Really, Mr. Holston BC?
Yeah, I jolly well. I will. It's
You're-
wholesome.
You're one of the degenerates now, Balerion. Welcome
It's
to the
wholesome.
club.
But it's wholesome. It's not. Doesn't involve doing disgusting things to poor little Pattern or with him.
It doesn't have to be Pattern specifically. It could be any cryptic, and they might like it.
I'm sure he'd never thought of it. The poor little thing.
Yeah, Pattern is nice and innocent. Do you think this is mean we cannot corrupt Pattern? We can corrupt.
No.
I would like you not to corrupt Pattern. I would like you to refer to my earlier comment of Stormlight and degeneracy belong in separate fucking boxes.
So,
Find something else to corrupt, okay?
poor
He's
little
so
Pattern.
lucky. I'm taking down
And
this in a minute.
he's a poor little innocent boy, innocent Pattern thing. You know, he doesn't understand. He'd be taken advantage of, and
If you say anything
You know,
disgusting about Timbre, we're really gonna have a fracas here.
About who?
Timbre. If you say anything disgusting about Timbre, we're really gonna have a fracas.
Hammer.
who the hell are you talking about?
You did read the entire book, both of you, all of you, right?
Yes. What are you referring to?
Describe the character. It might be that you're pronouncing the word differently.
The Spren that
Timber?
Yes, Timbre.
Oh.
Timber. The Timbre. I'm
Yes,
pretty sure it is
Timbre.
pronounced Timber.
Nope,
Is it Timbre?
Timbre.
It has an I.
It's from French.
Well,
Fucking French.
that'll be when it's pronounced in British English, it's Tombra. So yeah, even more confusing.
Anyways, what were you saying about Timber?
I was saying don't.
That's I think that's Renarin's spread. That's not
That's
Renarin's
Bentley's.
spread.
No, Venley's.
I forget.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Venley's spread. Yeah.
I forget
Let's
what
keep going.
Renarin's friend's name is, but Pattern specifically
Glyph, I think.
interacts
I
physically
believe
a
it's
lot.
Glyph. I believe it's Glyph is the
I think
name
it's
of
Gliss with an S.
Gliss. Oh yeah, Gliss. Yeah.
I think so.
Well, you've almost succeeded in making this almost 4 hours.
Yeah, I told you it would be a personal failing if I didn't. I made
Well,
the rewatch an
What do you
hour
mean
more
almost
than we
four-
wanted.
What do you mean almost 4 hours? It's been almost
It's 2.5.
it's been 2.5.
He can't
So-
count.
You
Well, I
realize
mean,
we
it's
haven't
going to
finished
get
the
close.
first act.
Oh
We
yeah.
do
okay.
realize that, yes.
Wait,
It's
we're
okay.
We're gonna be going forever. I've accepted it. I mean,
Yeah.
We're gonna.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be a multi-parter. It's gonna be at least a 2-parter, maybe a 3-parter.
Possibly
make it
4.
10
This
hours
is
to
gonna be
fit.
this is gonna be like the John Borman script all over again.
Oh yeah,
We'll make
this
it
is gonna be
10
a riot.
hours to fit with the Voran religion, the holy number 10.
I just dread to know how long freaking Ribbon of War is gonna take us.
Um,
I feel like
Probably
it's been
about the
3
same way.
years.
Shut the fuck up!
Well,
no,
we'll
you're
take-
spreading the lore to the Dun server. Don't. That's Red Hand lore. Shit.
What does AGO stand for?
Aspiring Dark One.
Yeah, that's my nickname in Red Hand because on my first day there, I corrupted the server just by entering.
Oh, that must have been a riot.
It was
Well, you are like a fucking virus, so.
a little bit.
Aspiring virus?
Yeah.
Not yet.
You should
Well,
you should make your name
no,
Aspiring
no.
Virus now.
No, because it's inaccurate. You presume I'm
Bother.
aspiring it. I'm clearly already it.
Bother.
Aspiring pandemic, then.
Aspiring COVID, yeah.
Pandemic. I will make. I'm gonna make you all quarantine with me.
Oh
You
no,
might
I
succeed.
really don't want to quarantine with you, actually, Aspiring.
That
No.
would be interesting.
It'd be the worst thing ever.
It'd be
Considering
so
this
What
stream.
could be worse, me or aspiring?
Oh no,
You.
that's right, you're worst. Aspiring is second.
Why? I'm curious. Why do you say that?
Because I've got more exposure to Dun and that makes him worse.
because done is done.
It
and
would
then-
take me longer to get to my wit's end with you because I just
No,
haven't had
Sorry.
as much of the shit.
sorry, aspiring chap. You're just not as annoying as done. Sorry.
I feel so terrible.
I know it's sad, but you're stuck at number 2 or number 3.
Hi, Codex. Welcome. We're all going insane. Trip.
Yeah.
I don't know what comment is specifically referring to. Maybe Duns were sent me or. Anyways, where was I?
Where were we?
Right. Shallan practicing Veil. Adlin walks in, and Shallan proceeds to just bombard him with her humor, and how he needs to knock less femininely. Kaladin finds some Pershendi refugees. I'm going to refer to them as Pershendi for now.
Yeah.
I know this is important. This is though an important thing that they are singers later. And surrenders to them. He lets himself get captured. And then we go back to Shallan and Adlin bouncing theories on the murder. And this is when Shallan creates Radiant, who's honestly the least developed of the 3 personalities.
Yeah, she kind of is.
She's the confident version of Shallan in a lot of ways. She's what Shallan wants to be, in kind
Yeah.
of like a what she wants to present to the world. You know?
Yeah. I won't have as much to say about Radiant in this book. I will definitely have stuff to say about her next book.
Shy is not
Okay.
smug, says Trip. That's
Yeah.
that. makes a
She's
difference.
referring to me.
It's true.
Yeah.
And she's not wrong, actually. Doug is a lot more smug than I am.
He's
Yeah,
kind of smug. No offense, but he is kind of.
I
Makes
this
you want to
is
kick him in the
this
teeth.
is
You know.
this is an offensive comment. Why?
Most people find smug people annoying.
It's not meant to be offensive. She's just stating a fact. You're more smug than I am.
I'm just a grinning idiot.
You're just a grinning idiot. What
You
kind
both
of?
are.
So you're a
I-
bloke. We discovered
not-
this. Okay.
I've been grinning so much my cheeks hurt. I'm not used to smiling, which is why I'm more like Kaladin probably. I don't smile much anymore.
Oh,
That's the most fucking depressing thing you've said all stream.
Really?
was it really though?
I thought I said more
That's
depressing.
very sad.
I said I relate to. I read Kaladin during my depressed months, honestly, because that's when Stormlight comes the
no.
fuck out. I read WoW in the middle of my depression. And
See,
just.
I had this weird like character arc where I started working hospitality, realized half or like 90% of the job is just smiling constantly. So I got in the habit and then realized, hey, if you just force yourself to smile, you feel a bit happier, and that's my coping mechanism now. So hey,
Yeah, it doesn't
you
work
know,
for me. It just makes it
No.
more painful because I'm aware the
That's
smile
sad.
is fake.
that's sad. I'm too much of a bouncy, silly person, I guess.
You are sometimes, you know.
I put on the very like sweary hard veneer when I'm on these streams, but you know.
We'll see
She's
you
a
when you get
bustling little
home. I'll definitely be
housewife,
on.
really, at heart, is the impression I get of Becca.
What? Sorry.
I get the impression that she's a bustling housewife at heart, that she's a young Mrs. Weasley, easily just waiting to happen.
but sort of less like, you know, I don't know. I'm not quite that, you know. I have my manager at work is actually like Mrs. Weasley but blonde, to be fair. And I could never be that stompy, you know what I mean? I don't know, that demeanor. I'm not quite that. I'm a little bit too like skip around, walk into a table.
Anyways,
That was a bizarre
comments.
rabbit hole. Anyway, let's continue.
I know. So, comments on what I've summarized before I summarize the next few chapters. This is, like, I'll repeat. Shallan practicing Veil. Adolin walks in. Kaladin gets captured by the Proshendi refugees, and we go back to Shallan and Adolin talking about the murder and theories, and creates Radiant. Thoughts?
Oh, we need to mention at least that the Parshmen are now acting more human. They've been freed somehow.
Well, not freed. So
Okay.
we'll talk about that the next summary, because that's when it's mentioned exactly what, or not exactly, but they mention what seems to have happened with the Everstorm and them. So, anything else?
I mean,
Or you know what,
it's what,
Sorry, go.
excuse you.
Hi.
It's a lot of setup. It's a lot of like, these are threads that we're creating that have more effect later, really.
Yes.
You know.
And I
So,
guess
yeah.
I'll just summarize the next until we get there. So Dalinar looks at the Honor Blade and considers the contest of champions and Odium's and his champion. Then goes and wrestles someone, argues about religion while negotiating with the Eerie Queen, who is salty and wants Dalinar's plate back because of he got it through marriage, or not Dalinar's, Adolin's plate, which he got from marriage. And he starts to remember Evie. He can hear Evie's name now, which he couldn't before. It'd always be a weird whisper due to the Night Watcher. Thoughts on that?
Foreshadowing. Yep, that foreshadows stuff that we're going to learn later.
Yes, a lot. You go, sorry.
No, I like that he basically like he remembers in tandem with us, like discovering the memory. You know, like it's you get a gradual thing, and you're like, I don't know. There's a bit of a dread thing going on when you like kind of start to discover more. You're like, there is some shit. He forgot this for a reason.
Yep.
What happened?
I think how it works is we usually relearn the thing and then he remembers it shortly after we've learned it.
Yep. When he remembers what happens, there's no present Dalinar chapters until the last chapter of the act. It's just flashback. Yeah. And yeah, I like how he's just trying to still learn how to do politics while doing something he's familiar with, as if that will make it more comfortable for him. Next chapter, Callan is a captive, as I said, and this is where we get the blur thing, where it says Syl says the Everstormed healed the Pershendi's souls, and that it filled in gaps, which is how they're able to talk and do things. So it's not that they've
not
been...
the Parshendi.
Well, yeah. I guess Pershendi specifically listeners rather than the... So Parshmen...
Yeah. Sorry.
So, yeah, the Parshmen have not been freed, they've been healed. Is a more accurate way to describe it.
And they're basically kind of Alethi light in a lot of ways.
Yeah, they act a lot like Alethi. And have the... I think you have the accents, though they also have the Pershendi sing-song kind of accent combined with it.
Yeah, you know. It's like...
Yeah, and Kaladin decides to start teaching them at the end of the chapter. Basically, he's making another squad, because that's something Kaladin cannot help but do. And this will... Yeah, this is not gonna go well for him. So...
Bless him.
Yeah,
poor baby
bless
Kaladin.
him.
Give him hugs.
Next chapter is the Shallan's Night Out, where she goes out as Vale and is trying to drink to get information and proceeds to embarrass herself a lot and get really drunk and pretty much just realize I do not know what the fuck I'm doing. But she manages to recover somewhat by using Stormlight to heal her drunkenness and pretend like that was all planned. She also then goes to another bar and gets kicked out because she's drinking so much. She's drinking Horneater White, which is supposedly able to strip paint off the walls. Basically acid. She's drinking fucking acid.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I should say, what the fuck are Horneaters, Jesus? Because they are definitely not just human.
Hey, you know, have you seen them? I
have.
I like how they're like kind of almost coded Irish in some ways.
They're kind of a combination. They're basically a bunch of giant Irishmen with Samoan names.
Yeah.
Ooh, what?
The Horneaters.
Oh, okay. And the accent's not very Irish. The Irish accent is more...
I was referencing the whole alcohol
Samoan
thing.
or Polynesian.
Well, the accent, it's a little bit Slavic because he leaves out definite articles and stuff. He leaves out articles and things. So
Irish because... Sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, in the book, because Brandon Sanderson actually has very, very clear communication of how he wants the voices to sound to Kay Reddy and Michael Kramer, and how each of the words are pronounced. Just the fact that they look like they are Irish, but they have like Polynesian sounding names, like Umu Umu Aki 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 Lunamore is very Polynesian.
Yeah, the only un-Polynesian thing is the R at the end, but apart from that, it's pretty Polynesian. It's got the vowels and the glottal stops and stuff.
Makes South Indian names look short.
Yep. The most impressive thing about Dragonlord is that it can pronounce that name.
Yeah, I'm still surprised. Well, he has said it's partially because of the audiobook.
Well, it's pretty that is pretty impressive.
It is. I still can't pronounce my friend's name despite having heard it several times.
You don't rate. I definitely think that they're like the second best audio readers. My favorite is Stephen Pacey, but
I think they have slightly strange pacing to the way they say things sometimes. Both of them. And I found that odd when I first started listening to them, and I don't listen to them that much. But they're certainly like good for Sanderson books. I would say that.
I'll say this. I've heard a little bit of the audiobooks from when my sister used to play them to read Rhythm of War. They're pretty good, honestly, from what I can tell. Granted, I'm not the best person to do this. I don't listen to audiobooks, but I definitely didn't hate it. I could listen to it and enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not bad. I found the pacing odd initially. To be fair, I don't mind some American readers, but often if I'm reading listening to a fantasy book, I find it strange to hear an American accent reading the book. If that makes sense. So that weirded me out at first.
Please, no,
Even if it's an American author, there's something about like an English accent that makes it seem more medieval.
Because also Americans can't talk properly.
No, I disagree. Americans can talk properly. I will defend Americans.
That's what I said. Don't dare contradict me, Brightness.
They do sometimes. In fact, a lot of the time, my big problem is I'm British, so I talk too quickly. So I cut out syllables and words. Whereas Americans take their time to actually say the words properly with all of the syllables intact. And it's quite a marvel to me because I've never known someone that does that before.
But they don't accent the correct syllables. And they resort things to vowels.
They say the full word, which is more than we said of British people. We don't bother.
They suck.
We do not say words properly. We just get rid of letters because we can't be asked.
You will do if I say you do.
British used to do the little abbreviations in text speech before it became a thing.
We just can't most of bloody say the words properly, and I'll just be talking, and I'll get excited and start talking quickly, and Tarek's just sat there like, I have no idea what you just said. Please
don't contradict your betters. Don't contradict your betters, Brightness.
Yeah, don't. So, continuing on. So yeah, Vale is doing that. She bears herself. She manages to intimidate some people using the ghost blood symbol to get information after stabbing a Horn Eater's hand through her own. And she's able to find out about a double murder, about a guy who strangled his wife, and then a barmaid was strangled in the same way, down to the scar from the ring. Which, of course, makes Shallan realize, okay, there's something more to this.
And this is where it gets kind of weird what I was saying before, like, that she's getting into all this. And I think we were saying partly had to do with her brothers, that they own her brothers, and partly because it's a way of escaping by being a really important double agent. She can get away from her insecurities and her trauma and stuff. But she's all of a sudden this really experienced, knowing double agent type, you know.
No.
I think part of it is she knows basics. She knows basics from the
Yasna?
Ishna?
Not Yasna, Ishna, yeah.
There's Ishna, and then there was a bit from Teen. Not Teen. There was another, the lady with the T name.
Yeah, I can't remember her name. I think we kind of mentioned it earlier, brushed over it, but like the thing about Vale is that she's not actually the expert she thinks she is, but she is Shallan basically laughing as being a bit more confident, which with that kind of development in Shallan, like, you know, that exploration in Shallan's personality, in the fact that she does have this tendency to be shy and meek, that's a really interesting thing. She can't explore that as Shallan. She's too scared to, but as a different character, she can become a more confident person. And like, you know, that was when I started to actually like Shallan, because I was like, wow, she's overcoming the faults that remind me of myself. This is great. But at the same time, she's doing it in a really unhealthy way. And the more she does it, the more of an unhealthy outlet it becomes. And I like the exploration of a character through that. So I think it's good. But
yeah, it does become unhealthy. So it's interesting. It's a way of coping, but it's also because she can't actually do. She discovers this later on in the book. She can't actually. She doesn't. Vale has all these experiences and stuff, but Shallan hasn't actually had the experiences that Vale supposedly has had, so she can't actually pull it off.
Yeah, so I wrote this concept before Sanderson explored it, which is actually pretty funny.
Dang.
Wow, you're like Tarek point two.
Yeah, well...
Well, no,
well,
Tarek didn't write it
here's
before. Tarek wrote it without knowing who Sanderson was.
Well, I timeline-wise, I published War of a Thousand Kings and that sort of thing, and Lost Legion before Oathbringer came out.
Okay.
Brand is a copycat.
No, we just have similar minds and explore different similar concepts. His has a little bit more depth than mine does. Mine was kind of more of a, how do I explore kind of AI in a fantasy world, where this one person is basically separated from where this person had basically, because her magic was tearing her apart, she had to create a separate personality for herself. And then later on, the fantasy, secondary version of herself gets ripped out of her own body, and they separate permanently and become two separate people.
Somehow, I don't think that's what's going to happen to Shallan, but I could be wrong. But no, I love it when writers in a similar area kind of come up with similar ideas. Every time I invoke Mistborn to Tarek when he's coming up with, like, you know, especially when he's coming up with the ideas for book 2 at the moment, and every time he's expressing stuff, and I invoke Mistborn as a comparison to try and, like, you know, like bolster the idea, he goes, "Fuck."
Spoiler,
like, no, not again. Sorry, what was that, Valerian?
Oh, nothing. Just a spoiler, but Shallan is a robot.
Shit.
Oh, sorry. That had to do with the AI thing. Sorry. But yeah, Tarek. Yep. I mean, lots of things have been done before a million times anyway.
Mm-hmm. I'm just happy that I just find it funny that I beat Sanderson to the punch at something.
You're obviously way better than he is.
No.
Silence.
Yeah. Don't be modest.
Valerian, please no.
Don't encourage Dunn to not be modest.
Just don't do that. We don't need it.
Especially
not today.
You need a bit more ego. You don't have
Valerian,
enough ego.
Please stop.
You need more ego.
Valerian, stop. Please sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
Why did you? Why would he say he had as me? He doesn't have me, unfortunately.
No. So, Dallin flashback chapter. Dalner and Gavilar are negotiating during a feast. This is with Dalinar's soon-to-be wife, Evie, and his brother...
In-law.
T something. Tenlaw? What?
How's it spelled? How's it spelled again?
Wait.
I forgot.
T-O-H? Is it toe?
Toe, yeah. I remember being like, wait, toe? Wheel of Time reference, maybe? But anyways, so... Dallin... Yeah, probably not, but still they're the same. Anyways, Dalinar walks out... So during the feast, Dalinar is just really frustrated. He doesn't have a knife to cut the meat, and he doesn't want to eat with his hands because it's a fancy feast. That's inappropriate. So he goes out, walks into the fucking high storm, full frontal, to go to the barracks to ask if he gave someone his knife. They say no after looking at him fucking terrified for just opening the door. And then he just closes it and almost dies to a fucking boulder, which he just manages to dodge by instinct when a big burst of wind blew him into a wall. And he then snarls at the high storm and the Stormfather, which we get the impression was looking at him. Which, okay, Dalinar and Stormfront are already back then. Dalinar's like giving him the middle finger. He returns to the feast. Everyone is fucking staring at him. He sits back down and then drinks the fucking rainwater he got from the high storm. And Tao just goes and like, I need a drink. And Gavilar's like, okay, I think you just managed to convince him by walking out. Good job. You walked outside and managed to convince him we're powerful. Okay. And Dalinar's like, okay, but I still don't have my knife. So Gavilar asks a servant to get him his knife. And it's this little tiny thing that Dalinar just fucking breaks trying to cut the meat. And he's just super fucking depressed. He's like, I want to eat my food.
This is a great moment in his arc too.
Yeah. But then the glory. He spots a knife, and it's from someone being prepared to stab Gavilar. And so he knocks Gavilar down aside, and then takes the guy, knocks him to the ground, kills him, and then uses his knife to cut the meat after washing the blood off in his cup.
This man is a fucking beast and I love him.
Dalinar, more epic than most people you will ever meet in your entire life. What the fuck?
That was
and yet he grows into this fairly humble, like, I must save the world guy. And I love it.
And of course,
another day in the life of Dalinar.
Yep, another day in the life of Dalinar. Fucking stops an assassin, uses a knife to cut his meat. And then he gets married. He agrees to marry Evie, which, for someone who has just been dominating everything he's done, feels like he just gave himself a death sentence. Anything to say on that chapter?
Fucking beast, and also Evie is adorable, and I love her.
Yep,
she is very cute.
Evie.
She's so sweet, and I love her.
Poor Evie.
She leads a worse life than maybe even Cal.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
This poor lady, she does complain, but she's so, like, just dutiful all the way through it. Like, I mean, Cal is mostly dutiful all the way through it, but it takes him a lot to get there. Like, she's just in that mode already. You know what I mean? Like, it never occurs to her that she could just give up.
Yeah, to be fair,
you know what I mean? Like,
to be fair, we don't get her point of view, but that's the impression we certainly get.
But you don't get any actions that suggest she's ever going to give up, right?
She was never gonna.
There's also
she's very well characterized in the little that we get.
There's also the bit later when Renarin tells Dalinar what Evie had said about him. Sorry, Bright Lord.
Yeah, I was the main thing I thought was how she is trying very hard to fit into Alethi society, but the Alethi women are horrible, horrible people.
The Alethi are just kind of horrible people.
And she's just such a, like, you know, pure little sweetie. And it's just like, why aren't you just be nice to her? What's wrong with you?
To be
you
fair,
absolute bitches.
To be fair, To be fair, Alethi in general are kind of not wonderful people.
They're quite an aggressive people, yes.
Yeah.
And I will say, yes, aspiring as a brunette, I do understand that strange innate hatred of blondes, but even so,
Alethi are hair racists, clearly.
Except for Dalinar, who actually likes that Aelin is basically a hair button.
No, but, like, that's dudes, right? Like, that's dudes going, oh, like, blonde be attractive, or like, oh, look, my blonde son is adorable. And then if a girl has a blonde son, she'll think that's adorable, or she'll find a blonde dude attractive. But a blonde woman, oh, that fucking bitch,
Enemy.
She's gonna nick him. Get out! Kill her! Good God! What is it about blondes? Why do men love blondes? Fucking throw her in the sea!
I don't know.
So
I'm a black-haired and
is
brunette
this
person
voice
myself. Hmm?
is this voicing a frustration you've had with Tarek? Please share with the class.
It's actually not. He likes
Tarek-
brunettes. I'm in a happy, very well constructed relationship where blonde is not an issue.
Hey, look, everyone is a hair racist. Name one person who hasn't said something bad about gingers.
Look, you know, or people who are into gingers. That's who. But like, you know, it's a thing. But
Gingers make jokes
everyone's
about how they
got
don't have a soul too.
Yeah, like, let's be clear.
yes.
No, it doesn't matter if you hate them or like them. You're gonna make some comment about gingers. It's just a thing you have to do. It's like a rite of passage to be a human.
Well, yeah.
So,
But everyone's also all got their hair preference, and it's all completely irrational. But you know,
so kind of like a person putting biofreeze on his crotch. It's a rite of passage, I guess.
What?
what
There
is
was
wrong with you, Dunn?
I have not actually done that. I just
What
have
is-
I have it on camera of a guy doing that.
What is biofreeze?
It's a
I
medical
don't-
thing that is used to treat injuries. It's meant to cold cauterize as injuries. He just put it on his crotch just because.
No.
Why? Wouldn't that would make it shrink like hell and hurt, right?
I don't want to
Yes.
live anymore. What?
Again, we have found
No.
another line of degeneracy that I don't think should be crossed.
Why?
Whatever you're talking about, no.
You
Modern
don't want to
day
know,
sugar.
Valerian.
No, I don't. No.
We're talking about hair.
No.
Well, we were, and I wish we were still talking about hair.
And
Let's
you
continue
know,
to talk about
I
hair.
can use hair to get right back into Stormlight because it's also mentioned that the Parshman and Fuse and all that have thicker hair follicles than humans. See, I can make guess right back in right easily. So, anyways, Kaladin is teaching the Parshman in next chapter. Nothing much to comment on. He's teaching them how to make an axe and shit. Shalon next chapter has a hangover, running out of Stormlight, and Adolin brings her to meet. God damn it. Eli? Did I pronounce that correctly?
ELA.
How's it spelled?
Eli. I-A-L-A-I.
Oh,
Oh,
ELI?
oh, Eli.
ELI?
Eli. I'm doing a lie. I'm doing fucking a lie. So, she brings her to meet a lie, and she spots Miraz there. And so while Adolin questions Eli after telling her off, Miraz assigns Shaolin another task, which is to investigate the unmade, like she's already doing. Clever, because Miraz wants that, and it's a way to assert control over her by making what she's already doing something she's also doing for them. Because the Bloods are actually smart. What else?
Whoops, you broke up a bit.
Did I? Where did you last hear?
Rise and the Ghost Bloods were using what Shalon already wanted to do for their own purposes.
You heard everything then. So yeah, then Kaladin gets the Pershendi refugees resources and safety for the High Storm in a little bunker in the town. And this friend offers Kaladin
So this is
what do you think
where
of that collection?
So this is where we find out that the Parshendi are actually becoming more like the Parshmen are becoming more like normal people.
Yes.
They're waking up.
Yes.
But also, like,
We've been through that.
we get Kaladin's kind of like
Perspective.
conflict going on of like, you know, he's starting to get to know them. It's like, oh my god, I
Can
fight
we
real
really-
people.
Yeah, I thought they were just these others that were either our enemies or just nobody in particular. But hey,
And it's more as well, like, because before obviously he was fighting humans and that freaked him out, you know, as much as he put himself in war, like, oh no, us and them, but like it's like it's come to hit him again. It's like, shit, this time I thought it was just like random, you know, creatures,
Offspring of evil.
you know, offspring of evil, but actually they're people as well. Fuck.
It's a bit of a trope, you could say, to have the supposedly monstrous force actually be people, but it works well here, and works considering the ideals that a lot of characters strive for. It is a really big conflict.
Also, to be fair, in my readings of books and stuff, I've not really come across that trope very much. So it just kind of came across as like, this shit be more complicated than you know.
And it's very well handled. It's very well handled. So that's what matters.
It is actually it's actually fairly rare. I can't think of very many books that do it off the top of my head.
You either have a story. Sorry.
The thing that made me consider it possibly a trope is I know Attack on Titan does that.
All right.
Big monsters that actually are people behind.
My literally my only thing is sorry, start again. The only stories I've really come across have either been like the bad guys are people too, you know, like they're humans as well. Like it's already established, you know, like it's more complicated because both sides know the other is human, but they might be dehumanizing each other. Or you have Lord of the Rings style, they're orcs. Who gives a shit, you know? Like it's not part of the story a lot of the time, you know.
And then there's Germ, who hasn't finished and probably won't finish, so we don't know whether the others are actually people or not.
They're not gonna be, and he's gonna die.
Yeah, I think they're probably not people, but we're never gonna find. We might find out eventually from notes or something. But
abandon all hope, ye who enter the A Song of Ice and Fire fandom, essentially.
The good news is that if he doesn't finish, we can make all kinds of theories about what it would be if he did finish.
I literally have not joined the fandom for the specific reason of I'm not starting this until he dies and I know what's happening to the books.
It's funny, actually, as a side note, my brother has recently been catching up with Game of Thrones. He's got to the bad seasons now, or he's getting into them, and he's like, oh no. But he started watching it because he started watching House of the Dragon. He was like, he doesn't read. And he turned to me and went, I don't read. I don't like reading. But this is... these shows is like almost making me want to read the books. For the first time in my life, I actually might want to read books.
Poor chap.
I know, my poor brother. Bless him.
Yes. He's not going to be happy ever.
He's not, but it made me smile that he might read a book one day.
Like Dr. Crow. Like Dr. Crow.
Like Dr. Crow.
No. He read a book once.
Yeah.
I never found out which book.
I think it was
He'll never tell you.
Conan. It was a Conan collection, I think.
Oh wow, there's an actual book that counts towards that joke.
I just say that because he likes pulps.
Fair enough.
So keep going, aspiring.
Yeah, we're still in Act 1.
Yeah.
Are we just gonna have to dedicate a stream per act or something?
Probably.
I mean,
potentially.
Let's just,
and if that
let's
is happening,
keep going, see how far we get.
I'm just gonna say it. I have not failed in what I sought out to do. So anyway,
I deeply hate you, aspiring.
Thank you. So Dalinar is recovering his memories this chapter. He meets Taravangian. He comes, and he's talking about his curse with Nagini, about why. What?
He comes after meeting Taravangian.
Fuck off, done. Please stop stopping us for these fucking tangents. You absolute fucking dickhead. You're the one that didn't want to spend 1,000,000 years on this. So
Becca.
You noticed.
Oh, come on.
Becca, I would like to say I do kind of now see why you said that he's worse than me.
yeah. There we go.
I do resist the low hanging fruit because I find it unbecoming. He has no.
It's obvious, and not to mention obvious.
Well, that's low hanging fruit. The obvious, the easy ones, the stuff that's like, it's not even worth it. 3 hours a day.
Anyway, please continue aspiring. I want to be alive at the end of this.
You don't want to commit on life like White does every time moans about doing to himself.
Yeah, I've got a future ahead of me.
Oh!
You know?
Yeah, you should know. White gained his soul back at the cost of killing mine for a little bit.
Yeah, he showed him a Neil Breen film, which I'm hoping to do eventually on a stream sometime, but that's neither here nor there. Let's keep going.
You will need to use a marker for that, unironically. Never watching that willingly. But, okay, so Dalinar is recovering his memories. He meets Taravangian and is gonna be he's doing the tour of Stormlight headquarters. I am not fucking it up again. And he's talking about his curse with Devani. Shut the fuck up. I am not saying urethra again.
Just say through and you might get your brain, like, closer to not saying a word.
Urethra?
Urithiru?
I'm saying don't use use
Urithiru.
So Dalinar and Devani are talking about their curse, and
let's call it Uri for short.
Dalinar considers conquering the other nations when Ingen assumes that's what they're going to do. Second time. Is that surprising, Trick?
I mean, it's fucking accurate, so...
Well, no offense.
I don't care.
Wait.
Shut the fuck up.
You go for every. Oh,
Not
that's
every
not quite
time.
true. He's less disgusting than the other one is.
This is true.
Look, I try to avoid it. I try to retain some.
Glad you noticed.
I don't. Yes, I do sometimes succumb to the temptation, but not as much as done.
He aspires to be less disgusting. Get it? Get it? Get it? Hoo-hoo-hoo.
Oh.
Silence Dragon.
Yes. That was really stupid, I know. But hey.
It was an
Yes.
impressive dad joke.
Who? What? What?
It was an impressive dad joke.
Dad joke or bad joke?
Dad joke.
Okay, it was also an impressive bad joke.
That's what dad jokes are.
Yeah, basically.
Dad jokes.
We have covered all fucking bases in this stream. Dad jokes, I can't. No.
You're gonna get it in your future, dear. Why did I call it?
Well, Terry's
Look.
gonna give you tons of dad jokes, especially after he becomes. I'm just.
Look, he already comes out with dad jokes, to be honest.
Which is nuttier, this one or the Words of Radiance one?
This one.
Codex
This
is
one.
asking if we can get on with it, please.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the book's about, bless his heart.
No. We don't even need that. We only need one thing to prove it was crazier than last stream, and that's pattern. This best sex toy.
No!
Oh, can we not?
Yes, we cannot. We will not.
You can always do you can always do shard blade vibrators, I guess.
No.
But how would you get the blade to vibrate?
No.
Just have it rounded.
No.
And soft.
No.
You can't have. It
No.
has to be metal done. It
No.
just has to be a solid piece of metal.
No.
You can't make the
No.
shard blades don't naturally vibrate.
No.
Don't. Admittedly.
here.
No.
No. Canonically, because of how it works.
No.
A shard dildo
No.
would be automatically lit
No.
because of the condensation.
No.
Here's a
No.
novel idea. How about instead of all this shit, people just have sex?
I think
But that's too much work.
One, that's too boring. We need to do more. And two, I think I just accidentally hurt my back
Oh no.
from laughing. There's like a spot in my back that's like, what are you doing to me?
I know this is book, but please, do I have to invoke the Python? I'm not sure what he's talking about, but it's probably not good.
To get on with it. It's a meme from Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
I was about to say you should make that a clip. Get on with it, especially if we have to do more than.
Oh, you really should. You really should, yeah.
Yeah.
They get even further.
I know I have a tangent
says,
button,
get on
but
with it.
yeah. He actually does kind of say get on with it. It does look like the Stormfather is saying get on with it.
Yeah,
but,
the Stormfather is not happy with our progress right now.
All right. You are wrong, Aspiring. I'm starting to think that the summary of chapter at a time was a mistake.
I've been summarizing several chapters at a time.
I don't agree that it's a mistake. It just means we'll have to do more than one live stream. That's all. I don't see the problem.
We're gonna have more fun.
Yeah, that's well. Let us savor it.
Of course, this is the most fun I have ever had in my life.
Yes, it is. I know.
My entire life has been leading to this moment.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
Fucking.
It doesn't get any better than this.
That is an impressively disappointing life you have lived.
I'm just watching my life flash before my eyes and going, why is this the pinnacle of my life? It really shouldn't be.
It's a drug. It's you lot just are so jaded, blasé about the glory.
Oh dear.
Sure, keep going.
Anyway, please continue
Yeah,
before
we'll
I start
keep
to kill something.
I just love how all of this shit will be on the internet and most people will have no idea what crazy.
Yeah. Well, you know, no one who knows me in real life will listen to it and think that's actually Becca because I sound completely insane.
We make every woman in these streams insane and in the comments.
Yeah, you guys are
That's
pretty,
just-
you know, pretty fucking. What's the word?
Incorrigible? Nutty?
Yeah, I was gonna say insufferable, but that's not quite the word. Yeah, yeah. Friggin' yeah, you know. I don't know. I don't know what the word is. There isn't a word for how much you fuck with
Ineffable.
everyone's heads.
We are ineffable.
We do take a unique approach to literary analysis.
Maybe I guess we need to do George R. R. Martin this way.
Oh, we wouldn't even have to make up the gross stuff for that.
Yeah, we could be talking about
no.
He doesn't go into as gross like descriptions of sex in the first three as he does in Feast for Crows. Feast for Crows is the kind of pinnacle of bad sex scene writing.
James,
you're not a Clash of Kings.
Codex, you're not a woman. Why are you mentioning this?
Yeah, Codex.
Yeah, granted, we're all we made this clear before. Everyone in Dun's server is basically an insane asylum. Every single one of us is crazy as fuck.
And I made you that way, and I'm so proud.
Nah,
of
we were
myself.
crazy even before you. We just made ourselves worse.
True, I suppose. Evil sadist bastards.
Correct. Wait, no, do the Hades correct, sir.
Absolutely perfect, Trip. Perfect description of them.
Done. Do the clip.
You are correct, sir.
Damn it, ended early. But yeah, you're correct on these bastards.
Yep. Yep, that's about right.
Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
Yes. So, Dalinar is recovering his memories, meets Irving, considers conquering other nations, yada yada yada. Shallan is playing Winter Illusions and does the Girl with the High Storm story, makes the play of it, and after the play is finished, She spots one of the illusions in her audience doesn't go away and realizes it's not an illusion, it's a creature. And so she chases it. And it goes away after deforming really weirdly. And she realizes it's some sort of weird ESB. Sorry, I know what she said.
ESB is what? Stands for what?
ESB is Evil Sadist Bastards for short.
Oh, okay.
So like DLF in place of Dear Little Friend.
Not so dear.
Why DLF sounds too much like DILF?
Oh no.
I don't think the word DILF existed in Lewis's day. It's after my time, so it's definitely after his.
Well,
Oh,
DILF
Lewis
stands
doesn't-
for Dad I'd Like to Fuck. Like MILF. But for
Yeah,
dads.
so no. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
Valerian
existed.
has apparently been sadly exposed to that term.
Yeah. I only see it every time I go to campus because it's spelled out in post-it notes.
Wonderful. I don't
Yeah,
want to
luckily
know
I'm not
anything
in-
about. I don't want to know anything more about your campus.
We don't want to know anything about your existence, for that matter.
Wow,
Believe
that's
me.
fucking harsh.
Also, Becca, that's just campuses in America in general. All of them have weird shit on their windows and post-it notes.
Alright. Honestly, when I was at uni, I just hid in my room having a mental breakdown for 2 years. So
Oh, that
It
must
was
be
fun.
lovely.
Understandable, relatable. Anyways,
yeah,
so
you know, it was shit.
she chases the creature, realizes it's responsible for half of the murders because the Spren black thingy proceeds to then copy Shalon's stabbing of the Herdasian's hand with another Herdasian. Basically, the victims look similar. She puts the pieces together. And then Ishina asks Shalon to train her. And Shalon's like, no. Fuck off.
You don't meet my
Side note.
standards.
Side note, Herdasians are the best.
Yes.
I am the
Did I say
little
Elysium?
bit.
It's not Herdasian they did. It was a Horn Eater. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I was like, Herdasians.
You said Herdasians, I believe.
Yes.
Which is why. Okay, let's keep going.
You said Herdasians originally.
Yes.
Anyway,
Did I?
Anyway.
Fuck. And anyways, so any comments or do I continue?
Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
flashback
well,
chapter.
being back to
Dahlia
normal.
goes to quiet. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chapters left.
Okay, we'll finish Act 1, and then we'll do the next time.
Sounds good.
So, flashback. We're really gonna have this be in 5 or 6 parts. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I'm down for it.
Same. I don't know when we're gonna fucking do it, though. Today, Thursdays are not normally free for me. This was lucky.
Well, I have days where I don't have to get up early the next day. And that's kind of what I want to aim for, but we'll talk about it. I can maybe do Fridays sometimes, but
Friday's out.
Wednesdays. Oh,
Oh,
right, because you have work, unless you're willing to do it late like you did with fucking Rings of Power.
I can do Mondays as well.
Mondays are also out.
It's basically Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. That is his
Wednesdays I can
days.
do, but we will not be able to go as long,
Deal.
or we have to go earlier.
I am okay because I have to conclude at 3:30 MST on Wednesdays because I'm my little sister's chauffeur because she cannot drive without an adult.
Okay, good.
We'll have to do really early Wednesday. I leave for like 11 to 8 with college and work.
Okay.
And I don't think you guys want early morning.
How early?
Well, yeah,
Because-
because that's
do-
probably.
Yeah.
I was probably going to be while I'm still at work because I work Wednesdays. So
Yeah, let's be clear. Scheduling for these are going to be fucking hell.
having
Yeah.
said that,
Which
towards
is
the end of
why I
November.
wanted to do this in one stream.
towards the end
Yes,
of November,
but-
I have Wednesdays off, so it might work, but I don't know.
Let's keep going.
Anyway,
I'm gonna make Dunn suffer from this, unfortunately.
Well, that's not so unfortunate.
Well,
It's not a matter of suffering. It's just like I kind of like doing things one and done. And especially when I have inconsistent, shall we say, availabilities.
Well, maybe, Dan, you should have not let Aspiring run this show.
I would have
Possibly.
taken over regardless, so you know this.
No!
Yeah, it would
You
have
should have
happened.
fucking reined him in.
He couldn't do that last time, and that was a year ago, before I actually was able to just be like, fuck it, I'll do whatever the fuck I want because I'm crazy. That was like the first stream, but he couldn't rein me in then. You think it's gonna happen
Well,
now?
I can have fucking wishful thinking, can't I? Anyway.
Yes, you can. Anyways, so flashback chapter. Dalinar goes to battle the High Prince again, a different High Prince, and it's a decent battle. He first off goes on a
One of my
fucking
favorite
killing
duels.
spree.
It's
What?
one of my favorite duels, actually.
It is
Like
He
because
first
they go up
just-
on. Go for it.
Yeah, the mountain thing. Basically, he starts off by killing a lot of people to draw the Shard Bearer out, and during which he kills some of his own men. Shard Bearer comes out, and he proceeds to have an intense battle where he's fighting someone who's a bit older and experienced, but he has the advantage. And so the other High Prince proceeds to climb up a would you call it a rock spire, Dun?
Yeah, Rockspire.
Yeah, a rock spire where Dalinar chases after him. The guy manages to get him off of his tail by slamming his helmet with the shard blade below him and chopping off pieces of rock. And then once on top, it's like windy and everything. So Dalinar and the High Prince have a very tenuous battlefield to do their duel on. But he does manage to kill him after seeing he has the thrill in his eyes and proceeds to fucking kick him off the goddamn cliff. He doesn't kick him, but fuck it, I'm saying that. So he goes down, kills everyone who's about to steal the shards that he so rightfully earned, and then almost attacks Elhokar because he's really, really bitter that she stole Navani.
Don't you mean Gavilar, not Elokar?
Fuck, I wrote the wrong name. Apologies.
Just use
Poor
the
little
wiki.
baby Elokar.
What? No,
Just use the wiki.
Not- I will eventually, but my notes are smaller. If I use the wiki, it'll be longer.
Hmm.
They have these are meant to be bullet points. The wiki has paragraphs, mate. Believe me, you'll want me to use these when I can. So he almost attacks Gavilar in the thrill, but does stop himself and feels ashamed for what he did, and makes a vow to never go for throne and always listen to Elhokar. So he pulled the dragon. What's that a reference to?
Gavilar.
Dragonborn. What's that a reference to?
Skyrim, I
Probably.
believe.
No, I know that, but what does that mean?
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
what
Can we
Dragonborn
please
means.
continue?
Let's just continue. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to explain, James.
Anyways. You guys are just going to want me to keep going through this.
Please
Anyway.
just keep fucking going.
Jesus
Good God!
Yeah, we'll finish Act 1 in the next time, and then we'll have to arrange the next time. We'll have to arrange among ourselves.
We'll figure it out.
And the
There'll be
next
something.
one is
I'll eventually figure it out. Shallan draws during the meeting with the this is our battle plan meeting. Shallan's drawing. Amaram is now revealed as Sadius' successor. And she has a little conversation about Adolin and saying she hates Amaram because he killed her brother. And Adolin's like, so Kaladin's the one who did that? And she just presses that down as much as possible. And then she later realizes she's been sketching weird, twisted things unaware, which I do not have as a resource, but I'm sure Dunn could look them up if you wanted to and show them.
I'm pretty sure she was already doing that in book 1.
No, these are specifically some twisted stuff that she did not mean to draw.
Yeah, that was also happening in book 1. So
Well, yeah, that was the cryptex, but that doesn't change the fact that something weird is happening here.
okay, yeah.
in book 1, that was specifically she drew cryptics in what she was drawing. This is some weird twisted stuff that she hasn't actually seen.
It's more like her seeing stuff like violent stuff.
There's the chasm corridor down that she draws somehow. The Unmade is having an effect on her. Next chapter, the Azir and Daelina reject Dalinar's offer to meet and join the coalition. The Oathbringer is found, and Dalinar takes it back to Eli. And he has a conversation with Taravangian about what's right and leading. It's a pretty nice discussion. And it shows their perspectives. One with Taravangian being very absolute, where he's like, he's willing to make the sacrifice because you have to do what will guarantee the most good, even at some bad. While Dalinar is like, but what about the one life?
So Taravangian, yeah, this is in the context of Taravangian being allied with the evil ones.
This is very much a utilitarian.
Yeah,
Very
he's basically he's turned evil, to put it crudely.
He's always been evil.
Yeah, he was already pretty evil. He was pretty evil in book 1. Was later on what we found out he was doing to the children. Yep, he was pretty bad already in book 1.
Yeah, there is something to say due to his changing psyche about that, but yeah, he does some bad shit. And Dalinar says a line that I really like, which is, maybe a hypocrite is someone in the process of changing, which is very thematic for what eventually happens at the end. And did I cut out? Yes, I did. And then he finds out he can meet the monarchs in his dreams, because the Stormfather does not give solutions except by accident.
Oof.
Yes. The Stormfather saw the problem, though. You can finally meet the monarchs in person, kind of. Next chapter, Vale is trying to predict the creature's next attack, tracking someone who was part of a violent... She's predicting it's someone who kills someone with a wine bottle accident. Except it wasn't. It was the person who was executed for the wine bottle. She follows the creature and proceeds to try and follow the Unmade down the corridor with Adolin and some of Bridge 4.
Has she run into Gaz yet?
Yes. Gaz is already...
Yeah.
Gaz was last book.
Yeah. Oh, wait, she ran into him last book. Yeah, you're right, she did. I beg your pardon. And in answer to Kodak's question, no, this is not part of Wheel of Time.
No, this is
This is
its
Stormlight.
own thing.
Very much its own thing.
Yeah, definitely 100% completely different. Though Brandon Sanderson did finish The Wheel of Time when Robert
Indeed.
Jordan died, so same author a little bit, tiny bit.
Yes. So Shallan proceeds to try and connect, or she puts a hand on the Unmade and kind of sees its thoughts, and they have a little bit of a conflict in her head. And Shallan manages to frighten it off, seeing it for the sort of twisted spren it is for trying to understand humanity and failing terribly with its murders. And once the Unmade retreats, they find the Crystal Pillar, and what do you know? What I'm pretty sure is the Stormlight Archive. Or I guess that's a little bit later, but they find the library, and it's ruined.
Yeah, that was a cool bit.
I
Yes.
like cool libraries, they're fun.
Yep, libraries. Libraries are where it's at.
Libraries are the best.
The worst thing about the Titus Groan trilogy is that the librarian's evil.
So I guess
Sometimes
it's
the librarian's
racist
evil.
against librarian.
Yeah, everyone knows that all librarians are always good at all times in all places.
Yeah.
Well, there's always has anybody heard of the Dragon Librarian book, where this librarian is basically so passionate about being protective of her books that she turns into a dragon to protect her books.
That's a bit bizarre, that. I feel like that's a little bit of a bizarre concept. Not
I don't
sure it's
know.
very believable.
Seems reasonable to me.
Reasonable, but maybe not very believable.
Oh, it seems perfectly believable.
Yeah?
Would you believe it if it
Okay.
was a bear?
Yeah, but then it would just be Tarek.
Tarek would be an interesting librarian.
You'd be fired for singing too loudly.
And he tells the client, the patron, to F off. Hannibal is called F off.
Honestly,
F
I would see
Off, I'm trying to read.
No, Tarek would be. Someone would try checking out a book. Tarek would see the book and call him an idiot for whatever he was trying to read. Like, what is this garbage you've brought me?
No, I'm sorry. I need to educate you and get you a correct book to take out.
He often, I think for a while he was complaining, why aren't you talking about interesting things?
Oh yeah. Yeah. That is generally a character trait of my boy.
Yeah, y'all are adorable, and I look forward to pictures of you and your giant family of like 14 kids.
Hey, we have like we have this argument all the time. I'm trying to convince him that more than 2 would be a good idea, but he's like,
Just have
Yeah, I
one,
can see
and
that.
and use that as your argument.
Look, I'm
Okay.
the woman always ends up with the final decision on this, so it's fine.
Naito, Naito Kodaki chap.
Well, I guess all you do need to do is say you took your pills and then don't, and then he's fucked.
Not to go into too much detail, but that's not how we do it, so I wouldn't mind, but there we go.
So anyway, we better move on with this, and so we can finish this before I fall asleep.
Oh
yeah,
no,
we need
we're
to. Valerian is functioning on very little sleep. We should probably get him to bed. Betty buys.
someone should get.
We are almost done. We just have the last 2 chapters and the interludes.
Indeed, you have almost ascended to become me.
No.
Considering I am compared to Dylan, the joke makes some odd sense actually for once.
No.
I have almost come done.
No.
I've lost the ability to know what makes sense anyway, so it's not. I don't know.
Kill it.
Who the fuck
Anyways, so next chapter. Cal reaches the singer gathering and finally decides, okay, I need to fuck off. A high storm is coming. So he lashes himself towards the high storm, and during which he makes an observation that his oaths are about perception and the concept of honor and right. It's how he and his friends will see what is right, which creates interesting things about the how Spren will act, because a lot of them act in really bad ways, and the naivete about a lot of people trusting Radiance because Spren trusts them, and they need to realize, no, Spren do not just simply know what is right.
They're not infallible.
Have you met Snow?
Yeah.
She's a naive little button.
Oh, she's great. There's other Spren
love
who
her.
aren't. She's great.
Oh yeah, but even then, like, you know, there is a character trait of Spren being not quite, because they're a representation of one particular trait. They're not necessarily wizened of the wider workings of humans. You know, like they have a lot of blind spots, but they know what they know about their specific area. So like they are quite easily tricked, and there are a lot of things they don't really understand about the world. And that's why he still comes across as quite a naive character, and that means that a character like her would be the sort that would trust a Radiant in the past, and when maybe that wasn't a good idea.
And actually, that kind of just made me realize, and we don't actually see any experienced Spren for a long time, since most of them are dead shard blades. So the ones that would have been through many people to actually gain some insight into that are not alive.
So
Maya is-
basically, all friend that exists right now, apart from like the fucking Stormfather, are basically children.
Most of them, yeah.
Maya
Not-
is hot.
There's still some old ones here and there, but most of them are very young.
The ones that we have seen bonded to
Yeah.
Radiance are,
All the ones currently bonded are very young. Yeah, they're the youngest.
apart from the Stormfather, but yeah.
Maya is hot.
Aside from the
Why-
scratched out eyes.
Valerian, go to bed.
Why are you after the charred? Why do you want to have sex with blades all of a sudden? You shipped Nightblood earlier.
I don't know.
Valerian, I'm just going to say this very plainly. Keep your kinks to yourself.
It's well, I don't see what's so kinky about it.
Becca. Are you telling me you don't use knives, you and Tarek?
No, actually.
So you
No.
don't have him cut your clothes off. Okay, that's interesting to know.
You have forks,
Yeah,
you have
this
breaks,
is
but no
in
blades.
fact-
All right.
You can, in fact, of all the things you could imagine that we possibly do, you can knock that one off the list. Yes.
Bother.
Free suggestion for you, bub.
She done.
Look, I'm not
It
saying
seems
we'll
like
never do it, but like it's just not happened, all right?
Becca needs to read some Tylin to get some inspiration.
So that was that chapter. They
You're not
sprang-
done. So Cal reaches the
No.
gathering, takes to High Spren. Fuse chase him, and we see Kaladin, after seeing, because the High Storm's coming, he wants to protect some of the refugees while they're getting to the shelters, deflects the High Storm after asking the Stormfather to protect them. And Stormfather's like, no. Which you can see in the image there, the one in the middle. Very nice
There's
moment.
two in the
and
middle. There's fucking two in the middle. It's
The
boring.
height-wise middle.
Okay.
That one.
Okay.
Yes,
Forgive
see?
you.
That's the one. Kaladin's not satisfied, but he will never be satisfied until he becomes Honor, I think. Because that's possibly where he's going.
That would actually be really cool if he ascends and becomes Adonalsium, or at least like gets a shard of Adonalsium.
Yeah. It's either him or Dalinar.
I think it's Kaladin. Because I think that
In the
Kaladin is a better person than Dalinar is.
Well,
So-
also in
True.
the same way that like Vin was the one to become like preservation.
Collinson sort of would save the entire universe, but be racked with guilt because it was one tiny particle that he didn't save.
Like
Yeah.
Dalinar
Honestly-
is kind of not quite in the same camp as like Sazed. I know Sazed literally became God, but like there are characters in Mistborn that were genuinely good people and the saviors and that, but they weren't the ones that literally ascended to become concepts of nature.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Kaladin would be... He's often referred to as the son of Tanavast rather than son of Honor by Stormfather, which a lot of people look into because that's very much important. And yeah, he'd be the best fit for Honor, and honestly, I could see Kaladin even holding Preservation if that was a possibility. I think Kaladin would like that. But yeah,
Frickin' Vin and Kaladin hanging out as concepts of nature.
That would be pretty. I think that they would be like, my life sucks. Yeah, my life sucks too. Care to share a beer?
Calavin.
Ellen might have
No,
something to say about that.
I mean, yeah, poor Elend.
Yeah.
Love his
Well,
precious
here's-
heart. But at the same time, if Elend didn't exist, it'd be kind of toxic. They probably make each other like
Well-
fucking worse.
well, let's come on. Iland actually would be a pretty good fit for Honor, right?
Yeah,
Well, no, I mean,
Elend, why weren't you born on Roshar? Fuck's sake.
You'd actually be a pretty good option.
Blade, you lamer.
For God's sake, these bloody freaking people don't know where to be born.
You were born on the wrong planet. at the
People are
wrong
such-
time period. How dare
Why
you?
did you manage that? Come on, you had one job, but be born on the right planet.
Just you're a failure, Elland. Face it, you're just a failure.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Yes, please.
So, and then he takes the High Storm back to Stormlight headquarters with the Stormfather's help. And then next chapter, Shallan sees Jasna return. Jasna, I don't care. I like Jasna for some reason, okay? Blah blah. And that's
To be fair,
End of-
when I first read Way of Kings, I was pronouncing it Jasna in my head, and then Dunn said Yasna, and I was like, I need to recalibrate my brain, and I think I have. To be fair,
I insisted on Jasna until recently when I saw the Alethi script at the wiki, and it said that the J actually is pronounced like a Y. So I said, okay, I guess that must be right.
Unlike the Wheel of Time, where the audiobooks are kind of subjective pronunciations, the objective pronunciations for a lot of Sanderson's work is the audiobooks.
fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's not, and then there's always Roy and Brian and whatnot. But
Oh yeah, yeah. Roy Dotrice has so many freaking weird pronunciations because Gurm said, "I don't care."
Like,
Damn
and to be fair, as much as like there obviously is probably a right way of saying all of the Sanderson names. At the same time, a lot of them are fairly phonetic, so it's just like whatever your brain decides is right.
Brian of Tard.
damn fair.
Oh dear.
They seriously pronounced Brienne as Brine.
Brian and damn.
The,
The damp hair becomes damn fair, even though it's simply damp hair. He turns it into damn fair.
yeah,
mean-
the reader.
Gendry.
The reader for the for first 3 book, A Song of Ice and Firebrooks, and The Dance with Dragons pronounces things really weird.
Damn.
I
Also,
can
by the
see
way,
the damp. I mean, I know the whole damp hair thing. It's like that's the whole point. But at the same time, like if it's like a word that's been pushed to be 2 words, maybe you slur it after it's existed for a long time. But I don't know.
Yeah, the linguistics is messed up on Westeros.
Yeah.
to read through. So imagine my surprise when I read this chapter. I was like, wait, Yasuda's alive? How? When?
It's sort of, isn't it at the end? Isn't she here at the end of Words of Radiance?
She is. And
Yep,
I said I
she
missed
does.
that. On my first read through, I somehow missed the epilogue.
Haven't you
Yeah.
caught up, Valerian? He's an idiot.
Shut up! I learned my mistake from then. This was years ago.
Anyway,
It was all of 2. It was never mind.
Anyways, first interlude
Hold on.
chapter is Lighthouse. Pretty much to say. There's the next one is the Ardents arguing over the Everstorm and trying to figure out how fast it is and everything. While one of the other Ardents, the Ardent we're seeing the perspective of, is reading a romance novel.
Oh,
then-
I see. This is one of the interlude things.
Yeah. And then she and other Ardents are talking about the Dawn Chant. And there's I put a note here, possibly Ghost Bloods. I think might be the other Ardent sponsor. Not sure. Could be. It's just something curious. And then the last interlude chapter, Venli is being led by Ulam to find Ishane, who she thinks is alive, until they find her corpse. With the shard plate and shard blade there. She drowned. And Venli is very sad. Ulam's like, take all the shards. That's the reason we're here. So Venli very upset. And then she sees white little ball spread, Timber, and hides her.
Is this also where we find out that actually all of the Harshendi have got possessed except for Venli?
Nope, not yet. That's later interludes.
Whoops, spoiler, sorry.
who cares? We've already spoiled Act 1. And that is the end of Act 1.
And so we'll get to Act 2 and 3 and 4 and stuff eventually.
Indeed. Well,
Well,
Maybe
I said it would be a personal failing if I didn't make it to 4 hours.
well, we're almost there, so we could natter on for a few more minutes, and it'll be 4.
I think that we should probably be considerate of your sleep. Actually,
I think it's close enough to 4 for me to be like, it's good enough. Especially since we have 4 on the way.
Yeah, because this is just Act 1, so in a sense, we went beyond your wildest dreams.
Yep, I definitely didn't expect it to be this long, but
I was expecting. I think we'll have to do more more rapid fire summarization.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's fine as long as we're willing to do several live streams of it.
The main problem is Aspiring's work schedule.
yeah,
Edwin's school schedule. That's the main issue.
Die.
And
Yeah.
like, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have a little, look see of how we did it last time, and how we can rein the fucking
well,
aspiring creature in.
The last time we did it,
we just. This is how it went last time. We went through the plot, which took several hours, and I would make sure to keep jumping in, and I ended up just basically saying it all because I remembered the book better than done.
Oh yeah, and then I started threatening to go to bed, so you started saying it much quicker.
we did it kind of by character arc last time, but what we could do, it was easier to do that with Words of Radiance, because with Oathbringer, a lot of the characters are brought together, so it's a little harder to do it by character arc. But you could do to some extent. You could do like Shelon and to some, because they're not together all the time. That's how we did it last time, I think, by character arc.
Well, less happens in Act 2, so we might just be through Act 2 a bit.
If we can just try to do one more stream on Act 2 and 3, without the bizarre preamble we had first, and with a little bit more brevity, I reckon we can do it.
And
we can get to 2 acts next stream, I think. Yeah,
definitely.
I think we can.
I think we need more in-jokes. There weren't enough. We need to do more in-jokes.
There was far too many fucking in-jokes.
No, there weren't. We need more.
There were jokes so in, you don't even know them.
And there's grosser in-jokes.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We will call it good for today. We will try to be a little bit more focused next time. We had a great amount of fun, but
the unfocusedness is the reason we're entertaining.
You're
Aspiring, shut the goddamn fuck up.
You're a spoil sport.
We had pattern. Hey, we had pattern, bestiality.
I don't want you to repeat that shit.
Need that. Right?
I want you to keep that in your foul mind.
Where
it's best suited.
You're a spoil sport, Smuglord.
Tarek is a furry.
Look, Trip, I love you, but like, what the fuck?
Lube dildos, shard blades.
No.
We didn't need any of this. We didn't need it.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We did.
Yes, we did.
No.
You needed it because you're crazy, degenerate, awful. What the fuck?
Back up.
Revolting and loathsome abomination on the face of the earth.
This is the first time I've been able to laugh and smile for this long. It's so long. Could you not?
This is a touching moment in the story.
I'm very glad you're smiling, but good God.
That is great.
So
you poor innocent soul.
Oh, she
Yes,
wasn't
it's,
innocent
it's
even again.
tragic. A
Yeah,
tragic
compared to
story.
the compared to the construct that is done. Like,
It's a,
True.
it's kind of like the destruction of Trip Lady's soul. It's
dearie me.
very
No,
tragic.
no, her soul was very well truly destroyed. I just warped her sense of humor.
Yeah.
It's destroyed.
Yeah.
You annihilate her soul. I hope you're proud.
I am.
You would
Anyway,
be.
what?
I said you would be.
Of course I would be. It's an accomplishment of epic
Yeah, in a manner of speaking.
proportion.
I really want to know if you were this smug last time we did this kind of stream, or if you
He's
really
been
find that
smug
much
for
more.
He's been smug for like ages.
I'm just trying to remember, did he start out this way all this long, or did he get worse?
I don't
Because I know
know.
he was always smug.
He's always been smug. I don't remember a time when he wasn't smug. Maybe he was slightly less bad earlier. I don't know.
Aspiring, you need to look. I don't know whether they're still up, but you need to watch some of our like Seeker watch throughs. You'll understand.
Oh yeah.
I had to put the
Yeah. Watch. You have a right with that.
All right.
They were fun.
We have reached the 4-hour mark officially, so we will have to conclude it there. Thank you all
Thank
for coming,
fuck.
and we
Have a
will
right.
we will try to find another time to finish this up. Sometime this month, I believe it's like late November. We're going to be cursed with the Willow TV show, which we'll be covering because Willow holds a very close spot in my heart, and I know they're going to ruin it, and I
Percy
want to
Jackson.
vent about it.
You said you were going to do that. You might have changed your
Yeah.
mind.
Well, I don't know if Percy Jackson is going to be as bad, hurt me as bad as Willow.
Probably not, but that's definitely going to hurt me because I haven't seen Willow. And
But
also,
here's the thing though, Percy Jackson already has a bad adaptation, so
I know I've seen the 2 movies, but they're making a show
Yeah.
now, and it's gonna be. It might be much, much, much worse than already some of the worst adaptations.
Yeah, I think the worst adaptation that Disney has put out is the Artemis Fowl one. The Artemis Fowl movie was freaking awful, but we already did a rant on that one. If you want to check out the very first live stream I ever did, that was the stream that I did. All right. Well, we will see you guys later. Bye.
See you in 2023.